Welcome back to Namaste React. This is episode 13, time for the test. And in this episode, we are going to see how can we write test cases inside our React application. How can we test our application? As a developer, how can we write test cases so that we are sure we get confidence when we are building or developing new features into our application? We will see all of this in this episode. So buckle up, tighten your seatbelts, and let's get started. Let me now start our project Namaste React into VS Code. Okay, let me open it up in VS Code. Here is our project and let me just start it, right? So what is the command to start our project? It is npm start, npm start or npm run start, whatever you might wish to write. Okay, so now our application is running on localhost 1234. Let's go to localhost 1234 in our browser. Okay, so let me just open our application. Here is our application. Let me open the developer console. Here we are. Cool. So now what we are going to study today is how to write test cases. Before writing test cases, I want to discuss with you that first of all, why do we even write test cases, right? What is the importance of test cases? And then we will also see what are types of testing, right? What are different types of testing that we can do as a developer, okay? So I am just talking about from a developer's point of view, right? So see, let me tell you that testing is a huge, it's a huge domain in itself, right? I mean, there is a QA testing, there are different type of application testing and all that stuff, right, which goes on, right? But then in this episode, or we are only concerned about developer testing for now, right? As a developer, got it? I am not concerned about that a team, right? A testing team or a QA team is just testing the stuff, right? They have different kind of testing, okay? They have many different types of testing. If you'll see what are the types of testing of our application, then you will find there are so many types of testing. But in this episode, I am just concerned about developer testing. Okay, so this is the thing which we have to keep in mind for now, right? Now, let me just talk about what are different types of testing that a developer can do, right? So first one is manual testing. What is manual testing? Right? So manual testing means, so as a developer, when I develop some feature, right? Suppose if I developed a new page, which is known as contact us page, right? So if I go to contact us page, I saw that, okay, a contact us page got rendered. So this is kind of like manual testing, right? I am just testing whatever I have developed, right? For example, suppose if I develop this search functionality. So what I'll do is, as a developer, I will go to the website. I will try to write something, right? I'll try to filter it, right? Suppose if I filtered out by PIZZA, right? Suppose if I search for pizza and let me just search it, right? So it just gave me 2. So this is developer manual testing, right? I am manually testing stuff. But this is not very efficient, right? This is not very efficient because suppose if I made a change in my code, so am I going to test all the features of the app once again, right? So suppose if I'm building this search feature, will I go and check whether my contact us page is fine, whether my cart is fine, whether my login logout is fine? I'm not going to test everything in my application, right? If I'm developing a small feature also. Right? We can't just, basically what I'm trying to say is, every time I am writing a new code into my application, right? First of all, just understand a very small concept, right? Very small concept. Whenever we add even a single line to our code, right? Suppose I am a developer. Suppose if I'm writing some code, even if I write a single line of our code, that can introduce bugs in our application anywhere. Right? Why am I saying that? First of all, let us understand that. When our React application grows big, it has so many components, right? So if you'll see it currently, we only have, see this, right? It's more than 10. I think 10, 15 components we already have. And when we make a large scale production application, then our React application has like hundreds of components. So suppose your application has hundreds of components and these components are talking to each other, isn't it? So we have a body component, we have a restaurant card component, we have a header component, we have a cart component, so many components, right? We have a restaurant menu component and these components are talking to each other. They are dependent on each other, isn't it? right? Suppose if I am writing search something inside the input box, and then if I click on search, then my restaurant list changes. So that means our whole UI is built with so many components, and all these components are interacting with each other, isn't it? Right? So basically, whenever I am changing something in my application, suppose if I change the logic of the search over here, right? It can introduce bugs inside different parts of our application, isn't it? Suppose, let me give you an example. If I change the functionality of add button over here, right? This is the restaurant menu. If I click on this add button, it adds item to the cart. Suppose if I change some portion of code inside the click handler of this add, it will impact so many components, isn't it? It will impact this accordion component. It will impact this whole cart page. It will impact the cart page also, isn't it? Because they are somewhat related. Right? So what I'm trying to say is, even if you make a small change in your application, that can introduce bugs anywhere in your app. You must have heard of some people, they say it's just a one line of code. What impact it will create? It's very small change. It will not introduce any bugs. No, my dear friends. Even a single line of code can mess up everything in your application. Don't be in this myth that it's just a single line of code. We don't need to worry about. We should worry about every line of code that we write. Testing is very, 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 very important in our application. And when we are building a small applications, we don't realize the importance of testing. But when we work in a large scale company, testing is a must-have thing. Testing is very important. Because you never know what code you are changing and what all parts of your application it is impacting. Got it? So this is the importance of testing. And there are multiple types of testing. A developer can do a manual testing, or he can write code to test the application. Okay? So the developer can do two types of testing. Remember that. One is manual testing, right? Suppose if I want to test my cart flow, right? So what I'll do is I will go here. Suppose if I want to see that my cart is working or not, right? If I am able to add items to cart or not. So I'll just go, I'll click on the add button, and I see that, okay, the item is updated, right? Here I can see 2 items. And then if I go to the cart page, I can see two items over here, right? And we have got our cart details. Right? We have got our cart details. So what I'm trying to say, this is manual testing, right? But there is something also which is known as writing the test code, writing the test cases, right? Writing the test cases which will test our application automatically. Basically, that's a code that will test our application. Got it? So that is the type of testing we are going to focus on in today's episode. Got it? For people who don't know much about testing, who have never written test cases, I just wanted to give a little bit of theory, right? That's all the theory part. Now let's come to the practical part. Okay? We will start writing test cases. But before that, one more last thing. What are different types of test cases, right? What are different type of testing that we can do in a React application as a developer? There are three types of testing that we can do as a developer, right? By writing code. Let me go back to our project and let me go to the readme file, and let's keep taking down notes. Okay. So now I want to tell you what are different types of testing, right? Types of testing that a developer can do. Okay. Let me just write developer over here, right? Because developer, PER, right? Because there are different, testing is a very vast domain. Okay. So I'm just focusing upon the developer, what developers can do as a part of testing, right? So what are 3 types of testing that developer can do? Let's keep separate manual testing that we do it manually, right? But what type of test cases can we write? So first thing is unit testing, right? So there are 3 types of testing. First is unit testing. The second testing that we can do is it is known as integration testing. Okay, integration testing. And what are third type of testing? The third type of testing is also known as end-to-end testing, right? End-to-end testing. So there are 3 types of testing, and this end-to-end testing is also known as E2E testing, right? Somewhere if you will see E2E, that means end-to-end testing, right? So what are 3 types of testing? Unit testing, integration testing, and end-to-end testing. Now let me discuss about what are these 3 types of testing, and then we will write test cases for all of them. Okay, so this episode is going to be very amazing, so just stay tuned, right? So first of all, what is unit testing? So unit testing means that you test your React components in isolation, right? So first type of testing is unit testing. Let me repeat it once again. You test your React component in isolation. So suppose, let me give you an example. Suppose if I want to test my header component, right? Suppose if I want to test my header components, only my header component. I'm not concerned about everything else in my app, just the header component. Okay. So what I'll do is I will do a unit testing of that header component. So this is my header component. Okay. So what I will do is I will just try to test my header component in isolation of the app, right? Basically, I will just try to render my header component and we'll see whether it got rendered properly or not, right? Only one specific component, that type of testing is known as unit testing, right? One unit of your code or one unit of your React application, which is like one unit, you can call it as component, right? You are testing a specific small unit of your React application, not the whole application. That's unit testing. Okay, and it will be more clear when we go ahead and write the test cases, right? It will be very clear to you, right? What is unit testing? But unit testing, testing one unit or one component in isolation, that is known as unit testing. What is integration testing? Right? What is integration testing? Integration testing is testing the integration of the components, right? So as I told you, right, when we have a big large scale application, there are so many components and these components talk to each other, right? These components talk to each other. So let me give you an example. So suppose if I do a search over here, right? If I do a search over here, if I write PIZZA and if I click on this search, so when I did this, so many components, right? So many components collaborated to make this feature, isn't it? So it's an integration of so many components. So testing features like this, right? Testing features like this is known as integration testing. Integration testing means there are multiple components and they are talking to each other, and we will develop a flow of an action in our React application that we will test, right? We will basically kind of test whether somebody is writing something inside this search box and somebody clicks on the search box, then there should be 3 items. So basically what we will test, if I have to say in theory, right? So what we will test is, first of all, my application had how many, right? 20 cards over here, right? 20 cards over here. Now I wrote PIZZA inside this. If I click on search, there are only 3 cards. So this type of testing we will do from code, right? We will write code to test this flow, right? You will see it very soon. So this type of testing is known as integration testing, where multiple components are involved and talking to each other, right? There are events happening, right? There is a click event, there is input changing. So we can do all this by code. This is integration testing. Okay, keep taking down notes. The third type of testing is end-to-end testing. End-to-end testing means testing a React application as soon as the user lands on the website to the user leaves the website, right? And we will test all the flows, right? We will test different type of flows. Basically, that end-to-end testing will start from user landing onto the page, clicking on the login button, you entering the username, password, going inside it, finding the restaurant, adding items to the cart, and then checking out, and like basically whatever, it's basically kind of like simulating what the user will do throughout the app, right? Basically how the user will flow across the application, right? That is end-to-end testing, right? So basically these are 3 types of testing. Now let me tell you that end-to-end testing requires different type of, end-to-end testing requires different type of tools, right? Some tools like Cypress, Puppeteer, Selenium, right? These type of tools are needed to do end-to-end testing, right? Which will test your whole application flow. But as a developer, we are majorly concerned about the first 2 types of testing. As a developer, we are majorly concerned about these first 2 types of testing. And some people say, or even in some companies, testing is a part of development. You know, some developers feel that developers just write code, right? They write features, right? They should not be testing. No, testing is part of writing code. Whenever you are writing, if you'll go in big companies, right, whenever you are writing some code, you write test cases for that code also. Okay, so make this your habit if you are not doing it already, because if you'll go in big companies, they will definitely want you to do that. Got it? So in this episode, we will be focusing upon the first two types of testing, which is known as unit testing and integration testing, right? We will not be doing end-to-end testing in this episode or in this series, right? We will not be covering that. We will be focusing upon the major two types of testing that developers are solely responsible for. That is unit testing and integration testing. Got it? So we will be doing this. So let's just start by doing this type of testing, and it will be very fun, right? This episode will be very interesting. So stay tuned. Right? So this is what I wanted to tell you about testing, the importance of testing, the types of testing. Hope you would have understood it, right? If you ever go to the interview, right, you can talk about this if they ask you about testing your React applications. Got it? So this was about the importance, types of testing, and a theory. Now, in the next part of this episode, right, I am going to tell you that what libraries are needed. How do you set up your application to write test cases, right? You have to basically set up your React application when you have to write test cases. Okay, so we will do that. So come back very quickly. Let's take a short break and see you in the next part. Welcome back, my friends. Now I'm going to tell you that what libraries are we going to use to do testing. Right? And I will introduce you to new libraries, right? And we will install them one by one into the code, and we will also set up our whole project to be able to do testing. Okay? To be able to do testing. Okay? So let's just get started. So the first library that I want to introduce you to is known as React Testing Library. Okay? So we are going to use React Testing Library to write our test cases in our React applications. Got it? So this is the library we are going to use for testing, right? There are more libraries, but this is the one of the most standard library, right? This is the most standard library which is used to write test cases in React, right? A lot of big companies use this library, and this is the most standard way of writing test cases. Right? So let me tell you a little bit of history about React Testing Library. So there used to be a DOM testing library already, right? So this is a DOM testing library. So see, testing library is a old testing library. It's not old. Basically, what I'm trying to say, it's very old, right? It's been a long time since testing library exists. Right? And this testing library has come up with something known as a React testing library, and they also have testing library for other frameworks and libraries also, right? See, you can see Angular testing library, you can see Vue testing library, right? You can see React testing library, and React testing library is built on top of DOM testing library. Right? DOM testing library. So this DOM testing library is the base of all these testing libraries, right? All the other libraries and frameworks testing library, they are built on top of DOM testing library, right? DOM testing library basically means that without any frameworks, right? So React testing library is a wrapper around DOM testing library, and it adds more feature, right? It adds more React features into it, right? So that you can test your React components. Got it? So React testing library, what you have to learn from here is React testing library is built on top of DOM testing library. Got it? So now one more thing to note over here is, if you create your project using a Create React app, right? A lot of people use Create React app to build their React application. So when you will build a Create React app, right? So then testing library already exists inside it. Right? It already uses, right? React testing library comes out of the box along with Create React app. But in our case, right? In our application, we are not using React testing library. We have built our application right from scratch. Remember, since all these 12 episodes, we have written each single line of code by ourselves. We have not used any command to auto generate a repository or something. We have written everything right from scratch, right from the first line till here, right? So basically we are not using create react app. We have built our own application using Parcel, right? Parcel is the bundler and we are building it on top of it, right? So with Parcel React testing library, we have not integrated it, right? So what I'm trying to say is, if you are writing, if you are using a create react app, then React testing library already is integrated to your app. But for us, we will have to integrate it. We will have to integrate the React testing library into our code, right? And we are going to see that very soon. Okay, we are going to see that very soon. Keep taking down notes, okay? Bring your notebook and pen if you don't have it, because we are going to learn a lot of new things. You will have to keep taking down notes. This session is going to be very crucial, okay? So let's get started. Cool. So what I'm trying to say is, we have to set up. Okay, now why? Why I am showing you everything from scratch. You know that, right? From the first day itself. I want you to understand that when we build a large scale front-end ready application, right? Large scale front-end application. And if you have to build it from scratch, right? If you have to get pieces, right? Different pieces, different libraries to work together. What I'm trying to say is, when you are building a large scale application, then it is not just built by React. There are lots of libraries and frameworks which are required to build a large scale application. Remember, for routing, we used what? React Router DOM. For testing, we are using React testing library. For state management, we are using Redux. Right? Right? What I'm trying to say, it involves so many things, right? For bundling, we are using Parcel. So many libraries we are using to make our whole big application. If you will start from create react app, right? If you will start a create react app, everything's come out of the box, right? It is integrated with testing already. It is integrated with bundlers already. It is integrated with so many things already. Whenever I am teaching, I don't teach with React testing, create react app, because I want you to be so amazing as a developer that you should exactly know what it takes to set up your own test cases in your application. How do you integrate React testing library from scratch in your application? This is what I wanted to show you, right? Otherwise, I could have just started writing test cases, right? Very easily, right? But I want to also show you how to set up your project to be able to add test cases. And it sounds very easy, but it is very complicated process, right? You will encounter a lot of bugs right now, right? You will see that so many places we will get stuck, and then we will step by step overcome it, and we will enable our project to write test cases. Got it? So let's just get started. So we have seen React testing library. Now, as I told you, it is built on top of DOM testing library. Now, take down one more thing as a note. React testing library uses something known as Jest. Okay. Take down the note. Oh my God, I have written Jest. Okay. So Jest is delightful JavaScript testing. Right. So Jest is a delightful JavaScript testing framework which is focused on simplicity. Okay. So Jest is today, my dear friends, is a standard to write test cases whenever it comes to JavaScript. Right? It is basically a JavaScript testing framework. And that DOM testing library or the React testing library uses Jest behind the scenes. Okay. So basically what happens is React testing library needs Jest in our project also. Right? And let me tell you, my dear friends, that what I am telling you right now, lot of developers don't know this. I am telling you all this because we are going to set up our testing, right, for our project from scratch. So you should know all these basic things, that what all libraries are involved into, right, using this, right, enabling testing into our application. So Jest is another library that we are going to use. Okay. And Jest in turn uses Babel. See, it works with projects using Babel. So we will be using Babel, right? So we are already using Babel, right, along with Parcel. So what I'm trying to say, Jest, right? Jest is a different testing library, right? Is a distant testing library, and React testing library uses Jest behind the scenes. Okay, so we need both React testing library as well as Jest into our application. Got it? These two things, remember this, take down notes, and let's now install these things into our application. Okay, let us start by installing React testing library. Cool. So first of all, let me just write. So either you can copy paste this command, right, or you can type it along with me. So I love to type in, right? So let me just type this command npm install. I can do -D, that means a dev dependency. We need this in our development, right? This is a dev dependency, so we are writing -D, and then I will write what is this? Testing library /library / React, right? This is the name of the library, right? If you'll go, you'll see testing -library / React. So this is the name of the library, and if I hit enter, it will just install the testing library for us. Okay, so let us just wait while it is installing. So if we will install, we will see React testing library in our package.json, right? It would have modified and we would have got it, right? Where it is, dev dependencies. Here we have React testing library with us, 14.0.0, and we are using the latest version. Okay, so whenever you are watching this video, just see this, right? My version is 14.0.0. As of now, the latest version. I will be using latest version of everything. Okay, everything that is available today, right, as of today. Cool. So this is the testing library. Now we will install Jest into our application, right? We will install Jest into our application. Got it? So let's install Jest into our application. How will install? npm install -D Jest. Got it? So we will include Jest into our application. We will write npm install -D Jest. Got it? So let us just wait while it is just getting installed. And meanwhile, let me tell you that let's go to the Jest page. If you will go to Jest page, so we are using Jest along with Babel, right? So if you'll scroll down, you will see something known as using Babel. Okay, using Babel. So when you are using it with Babel, so you will need to install some additional dependencies. Right? When you are using with Babel, you will need to install some additional dependencies. These are those additional dependencies. So, okay, so you will have to go to Jest website, go to using Babel, and you have to install these dependencies also. Okay, we are using along with Babel, so let me just copy it. And let us just go back and let us install these dependencies as well. Got it? So far, we have installed React testing libraries. We have installed Jest. We are now installing the dependencies which are required to use Babel, right? Because we are using Jest along with Babel. Got it? So we have to do this. Now it says that once you have installed these dependencies, now you have to configure Babel, right? You have to configure Babel. Okay. So how do you configure Babel? You have to create babel.config.js and you have to write this inside babel.config.js. Are you able to see this? Let me just zoom it a little, right? So inside your babel.config.js, you have to copy this, right? So I am copying this, go back, and what I'll do is on the root level of my application, right? On the root level here, right? I'm creating a new file. Let me call it as babel.config.js, right? And let me just copy paste this thing. So now this we have done, we have configured Babel into our application, right? We have configured Babel into our application, right? So far what we have done, right? So far what we have done, let me just write it down once again. Let me just recap it once again, right? Let me just write it down, right? So let me just take down notes. So setting up testing, right? Setting up testing in our app. Okay. So what are the steps? First step, install React testing library. Okay. Let me write it full, right? Otherwise tomorrow you will forget. React testing library, right? First of all, I have installed React testing library. Then I installed Jest. Got it? And the third thing what I did was I installed Babel dependencies, right? Babel dependencies, right? Which are required when we are using Jest with Babel, right? These are dependencies which are required when we use Jest along with Babel. Got it? And then we did configure Babel, right? Configure Babel. So we added the babel.config.js and we added this, right? We did all these 4 steps. Got it? Now, if you remember, in the second or third episode, right, when we were installing Parcel into our application, right, I told you that Parcel automatically has Babel inside it, right? Parcel uses Babel behind the scenes, right? Parcel uses Babel behind the scenes. Got it? So what I told you, that Parcel uses Babel behind the scenes. Babel is what? Babel is a transpiler, right? And Parcel uses Babel. Now, when we are using Jest and when we are using these dependencies manually, so when we do this, so these dependencies will interfere with Parcel's. You know what? Parcel also uses Babel, and now we are trying to configure Babel according to us, right? We are trying to configure Babel according to us. So what will happen is there will be a conflict between Babel and Parcel, right? Parcel will say that I have my own internal Babel configuration and I have also added this Babel configuration. So this will kind of try to override the existing Babel configuration that Parcel has set for us. Got it? So let me repeat it once again. It can be a little complicated. So Parcel already uses Babel, right? This you understood. Parcel already uses Babel behind the scenes. And Parcel has its own configuration for Babel. Now we are trying to add extra configuration. So Parcel will get confused. Parcel's configuration will conflict with this configuration, right? This babel.config.js. So we will have to change Parcel's behavior, right? We will have to change Parcel's behavior to accommodate, to use Babel along with Jest, right? We will have to accommodate, we will have to make some changes in our Parcel configuration. What are those changes? Let me tell you, right? So if I'll go to write Parcel over here, let's go to Parcel docs, right? Let's go to Parcel docs. So this is our Parcel website. Now search for Jest over here, right? Search for Jest over here, right? So if you'll search for Jest, click on this JavaScript, right? So if you'll search for Jest over here, go here, right? JavaScript, this transpilation, right? Or you can go in click on get started on this home page, just scroll down, you will see JavaScript over here, right? If you'll see JavaScript, and inside JavaScript, go to this part, right? Go to this Babel, right? Go to this Babel, right? And try to read this up, right? Now you would be thinking, Akshay, there is so much complicated things you are telling me, it's going over the head. Don't worry, my dear friends. Try to read this up from the official documentation. I have read it myself. That is why I am able to do this, right? No teacher will teach you all this. Let me tell you, my dear friends, no teacher will teach you all this. Nobody will tell you how to set up testing, right? Many teachers, right? I'm not saying no teacher will teach you. There would be teachers who would be teaching it, right? I'm sorry for if I have mistakenly said something wrong, right? For teachers, right? I respect all of the teachers, but I'm telling you that most teachers, they don't talk about all this stuff, right? Because these are like complicated stuff. But I want you all to understand that there are lots of efforts required to make testing work. Got it? Along with Parcel at least, right? So we did this. Now our Babel config is conflicting with Parcel, right? It will conflict with Parcel. So what I will do is try to read this, right? Read this and go to usage with other tools, right? So there is inside Babel, try to read this, right? What it tries to say, right? Let me just show it to you, right? And let me just give you a small summary of what is written over here. It says that Parcel by default has its own Babel configuration, but suppose if you wish to use our own custom configuration, right? And it also says that if you are using Jest, or linters like ESLint, then you can choose to disable Babel transpilation in Parcel. Okay, so now we want our configuration to work, this configuration to work, and not what Parcel by default uses, right? We want this configuration to work, right? To make this work, Parcel says that you have to make changes in your parcel.rc file, right? What is this parcel.rc file? This is basically Parcel's configuration that we have to do, right? Parcel's configuration that we have to do. How do we do that? So we will have to create a .parcel.rc file and we will have to copy paste this code over there, right? So first of all, you will get confused. I know a lot of people will be stuck at this point and they will be writing mails and spamming our Discord that I am not able to configure. Listen to me once again. How you will reach over here? Go to Parcel's documentation, click on get started, right? Go to, on the left side panel, go to JavaScript, okay? While you are watching this video, this website could be changed, but try to go over here only, right? JavaScript part, and try to see this, right? Babel, go to Babel section, and inside Babel section, you will find this, right? Usage with other tools, right? Over here, it will tell you that you have to basically copy this configuration, right? And you have to create a new file, which is known as .parcel.rc, right? .parcel.rc. This is the configuration file, and you have to do this configuration, right? Do this configuration. So basically, understood, right? So you have to do this configuration. Now, when you do this configuration, this babel.config.js will not conflict, right? This will be the config which will be used. This will be the config which will be used. Got it? So now what we did, the next step was configure Parcel config file to use, right? To use what? To disable Babel transpilation, right? To basically disable default Babel transpilation, right? This is just plain English I am writing, but what we are trying to do, I have just added Parcel configuration so that the default Babel transpilation is disabled. Now we will use our own config file. Got it? So this was the next step. Setting up our testing. First of all, let me just recap everything once again. First of all, I installed React testing library. Then I installed Jest. It was easy. Then I installed Babel dependencies. Where did I get Babel dependencies? On the Jest website. If you'll go to Jest website, right? Here, if you'll scroll down, or from the right side, you can click on using Babel, and these are the dependencies that you have to install. And then you have to configure Babel also, right? Two things: configure Babel, install dependencies, and then just configure Parcel to use these Babel configuration, right? Basically, why I am disabling this default Babel transpilation, so that I can use this configuration, right? This configuration I can use in our project. Hope you would have understood it. If you have not understood this, go back and see this video once again with whole concentration. You will understand it, right? I have covered a lot of things. Now, I have done so many changes, right? I have done so many changes. And now, basically, right, we have kind of configured our project to write test cases, right? There will be more things we will have to set up, but for now, this works, right? So we have set up our things, set up our tools so that we can work now. Okay. Now, right now, how can we run test cases, right? How can we? So suppose if I have to start our project, right? So we do npm start, right? Or we do npm run start. Similarly, if I have to run test cases, I would need a command for that, right? And that command is, right, if you'll go to package.json, you will see that command was test, right? So if I will write npm run test, so basically it will run this command package.json and it will call Jest, right? Remember, I told you in episode 2 that write jest over here. Got it? So basically this test command will use jest, right? So over here, if I will write npm run test and if I hit enter, this will basically run our test cases. Got it? So we have set up, right? This is, if you have reached this point, right? If you have reached this point and it says that no test cases found, that means you have successfully configured your React testing library, Jest, Babel, and Parcel. 4 things are configured properly to make test cases work. This is a good sign. It just says that I am okay. It does not throw any error, right? It did not throw any error. It just said that there are no test cases found, right? There are no test cases found. And we have to write test cases. If there would have been some error, it would have thrown the error over here. Got it? So we have installed our, the project. We have set up our project configurations to work for test cases. Okay. So now take a pause at this moment. Do till this in your project, and then we will come back and we will start writing test cases. Okay, my dear friends. So let's come back very soon. Take a break. Do whatever I did in your application and we'll be back very soon. Okay. So let's take a quick break. Welcome back, my dear friends. So now we are ready to write our test cases. We have made these 4 packages, Jest, React Testing Library, Babel, and Parcel all in sync. Now we are going to write our test cases. But before we start writing test cases, we have to make one more configuration. Okay, one more configuration, which is the Jest configuration. Okay, we'll have to do Jest configuration. So the next step is writing Jest configuration. So how we will write a Jest configuration? Jest configuration, right? How do you do Jest configuration? We will write a command which is known as npx jest --init. So basically it will initialize the Jest, right? And it will create a new configuration file for Jest. Okay, I'll show it to you. So over here you will see a new file which is jest.config.js. When you will do npx jest init. So first of all, why is npx? Right? Why is npx? Remember, I told you long back in episode 2nd or 3rd, I guess, why we use npx and not npm. If you don't know this, go back, see the 1st, 2nd episode, right? Find out the difference yourself. I have already told you. So be careful. We'll have to write npx jest init, right? We are not basically, we just have to, we don't have to write, we are just executing, right? npx means I have given you the answer also. We are just executing this Jest package and I am just doing npx jest init. So basically we are initializing Jest. Write this command, and once you run this command, it will ask you for a few questions, right? It will ask you for a few inputs. What are these inputs? The first question is, would you like to use TypeScript for the configuration file? No, we are not using TypeScript. Type N over here. I have not choosing this, right? The second question it asks you is, choose the test environment that will be used for testing. Be careful while you are doing this, okay? So choose the test environment. So select the second one, not the node. We will be using JS DOM. Okay, we will be using JS DOM browser like, right? So this JS DOM basically, right? Let me talk a little bit about JS DOM. Okay, we will talk about it, right? Or maybe let me talk about it right now, right? So JS DOM basically is kind of like, when you run test cases, okay? Let me tell you a little bit of theory now, right? Just hold on for a while, right? This theory will be important for you, right? I'm telling you these things are important. Nobody teaches you, but I want you all to understand what is JS DOM. So when you run test cases, right? So there is no server running, right? There is no browser. This test cases does not run on browser, will not run on Google Chrome. So they will need a environment to run, right? They will need a runtime, isn't it? They will need a runtime where this testing code will be executed, right? These test cases will be executed, isn't it? So for that we use JS DOM. So if you'll search for JS DOM, it's basically what is JS DOM used for? JS DOM is a library which parses and interacts and assembled HTML just like browser. So it's not a browser, but it is like a browser which will give you the features of browser, right? Which will read about it, right? I don't want to dive deep inside JS DOM, right? But understand that it's kind of like a browser. It's not browser. It's like a browser. It gives you the superpowers of browser, right? Most important superpowers of browser, and all our testing code runs over here, right? When we will, so suppose if we are testing a header component, so header component will be loaded inside here, right? In JS DOM. Okay, in JS DOM we will have to do that, right? So this is JS DOM, right? So we will be using JS DOM. It's a very cool thing, very important thing, right? So we will be installing a JS DOM library also very soon. Okay, so remember this, right? So don't forget to choose this option JS DOM. Hit enter. Do you want to add? The next question is, do you want to add coverage report? Yes. So it will show you the coverage, how much we have covered, right? Which provider to use for code coverage, right? Do we want V8 or Babel? So I will select Babel, right? And automatically clear mock calls instances. So basically it's like kind of like a garbage collection thing, right? So it will clear mock calls and all that stuff after every test, right? Before every test. So do yes over here, right? So we have created a configuration. It says we have created a configuration jest.config.js. So if you will see over here, we have got this jest.config.js. So this is a new configuration file for Jest automatically created for us. If you'll go over here, you will see that it's a very big file. Very, very big file and a lot of comments inside it. But if you'll see over here, right, whatever options we chose, those options would be, you will see all those options over here, right? So we chose, right? We chose that clear mocks, true, right? And we chose testing environment as JS DOM. So it came over here. Right? So basically whatever we chose in these questions, if we would have, if we want to change, we can change it from here, right? I'm just telling you. So it has automatically generated this jest.config.js. I'm just saving it, nothing to change inside it. This is all we need, right? Just.config.js. We won't touch it now, right? So now what we did a Jest configuration. We created the Jest configuration. Basically we did it by jest -init, right? We called npx jest -init. So we did this. Now we will have to install one more library for JS DOM. Install JS DOM library, right? JS DOM library. So if you will go back and see the testing library, right? React testing library. Where is the React testing library? Here, where is our React testing library? Frameworks, right? So we have this React testing library. So if you'll go to setup over here, right? If you'll go to setup over here. So if you have to use React testing library and if you use it with Jest 28, right? See this, if you'll click on Jest 28. So if I'll go to the Jest 28 section, read over here, right? It says that if you are using Jest 28 or later, then Jest environment JS DOM package has to be installed separately. Read this, what it is saying. If you are using Jest version greater than 28, right? What is our version of Jest? Let's go to package.json. Let me just show it to you. Our Jest version is 29.6.2. If you are using greater than 28 major version, right? If you are using greater than 28, then you will have to install this library, Jest environment JS DOM, separately. Okay, you will have to install this library separately. Got it? So you will have to install this library separately. Earlier, when we used to install React testing library, so this JS DOM, Jest environment JS DOM used to be automatically present inside our library. But recently, right? So basically with Jest, it used to come, right? But recently after Jest 28, it has stopped shipping along with it, right? It needs to be installed separately. Okay. So what we have to do, we will also have to install Jest environment JS DOM. Let me copy this, right? So I can copy the whole command also. Let me copy whole command, or you can write npm install -d or -- save dev. It's one and the same thing, right? If you'll write -D, or if you write -- save dev, it's one and the same thing, right? So I will copy this command and let me just install my JS DOM as well. Right? So I have installed JS DOM library also. Now we have got all these packages with us. Now let us just start writing our test cases. Okay. Now let us just start writing our test cases. You must be thinking, Akshay, so many configurations. Oh my God. So much I need to set up for writing test cases. Let me tell you, my dear friends, there are more configurations that we will have to do later. You will see. We have just started. There will be more configurations that we'll have to do. So why I'm teaching you how to configure this project is because you should know what it takes to build a large scale application. Sometimes we just create React app out of the box, right? And it automatically gives you React testing library and we start writing test cases. But I want to tell you the struggle, and I also want to tell you, if I won't teach you all this, you will not know what is JS, what is JS DOM. You will not know what is how Parcel and Babel are configuring each other, right? Because I'm teaching all this, you understood a lot of things, right? These things are important. These fundamentals have been lost now. So many developers I meet, they don't know about anything. They just start writing test cases. They just copy paste and write test cases here and there. It works. That's all. But knowing the underlying concepts is very, very important. Anybody can teach you how to write test cases in React testing library. Very easy library. Go to the documentation, see the examples, you will get it. But teaching you how to configure a project from scratch to use these libraries is a big thing. Okay? So this is what you all have to do, right? So we will do more configurations. So keep that thought for a while, but let us just start writing test cases. Okay. So first of all, before even writing test cases for our whole big components, right? Before even writing test cases for our whole big components, let us just write test case for a very small thing, right? Let us just write test cases let us write a dummy test case basically, right? What is a dummy test case? First of all, let's not write React test cases. Let us just test some JavaScript code, okay? Small JavaScript code, okay? So basically, I teach you like this only. Whenever I teach testing, I teach like this only, okay? I will start with very, very basics, okay? Basics of testing. So I will create a sum.js, okay? So this is sum.js. This is not related to our application. I'm just teaching you basics of testing. Right? So basically, suppose if I have a sum.js and this file exports a function, right? Export a constant function, and that function name is sum, right? Export constant sum, and this function, this is basically a function, and this function returns sum of two numbers. Okay? This function returns sum of two numbers, right? I'm not doing any validations or something, right? I'm not checking whether it is a number or it's a string or what, right? I'm just creating a basic sum function which will take two numbers, A, B, and it will return the sum of these two, right? I'm not checking whether they are number, they are string or what, right? Random stuff. I'm not doing that, just writing a basic sum. I want to tell you what is testing and how do we write test cases for this, right? Suppose I want to test this function. Because see, if I understood the basic concepts of testing, right? If I understood the basic concepts of testing, we will write test cases for bigger applications also if you understand the basics, right? I'm trying to strengthen your foundations, right? So let's write test case for this sum function, right? First of all, where do I write test cases, right? Where do I write test cases? First question is this. Where do I write test cases? Should I write it in this file? Or should I create a new file? Should I create a new folder? Right? Let me tell you, try to run this command. npm, do this in your laptop, right? In your laptop, do this. npm run test. If you'll run this, it gives you a hint already. It tries to say that no test found, right? Jest tried to find out, we are using Jest, right? So Jest tried to find out files, all our files, right? And it did not find any test cases. But where did it search? It searched for these files. See this regex, right? It tried to search for this folder, right? This file, right? It is trying to find these files for test cases. What are these files? So these files basically are the files which are present in a folder which is known as underscore underscore tests underscore underscore, right? So see, as soon as I write underscore underscore test underscore underscore, see this icon will also change, right? I am using see this became a testing icon, right? So I am using a icon, right? I am using a extension, right? Some extension for icons. I don't know what it is known as. So it will give you cool icons, right? I just like it. I don't know what icons, some icon. There it is. Some I use, yes, VS Code icons. Okay. So install this plugin. So if you'll install this extension, right? It will give you these cool icons, right? So as soon as I write underscore underscore test underscore underscore, right? So whatever files are present inside this folder, Jest will track them, right? So create a folder underscore underscore test underscore underscore. And if you will see, Jest is trying to match all the files, right? All the files which are inside this underscore underscore test underscore underscore, and they have a extension of JS or TS, right? So any file you create, if you will create a .js or .ts file, it will consider those files as a test file. Let me repeat it once again. If you will create this folder underscore underscore test anywhere in your folder structure, right? Anywhere in your folder structure, this star means this. And any JS or TypeScript file, any JavaScript or TypeScript file inside this will be considered as your test files. Will be considered as your test files. Got it? Otherwise, right, if you don't want to use this, you can create any file with the name .test.js or .test.js or .spec.js .spec.ts, right? So any file. So suppose if your file name is header.test.js, this is a test file. If you have a normal JS file inside this folder, that is also a test file. If you have a file name which matches this pattern, right, test.js, or it matches a pattern, this type of file, test.ts, or it matches a pattern spec.js, right, spec.js, or it matches a pattern spec.ts, right, spec.ts. All these files will be considered as testing files. Okay. Why I am telling you all this? See this is explanation of this regex, right? Why I am telling you all this? Because we are going to create test files, and when you will go in the industry, when you will work in big projects, many people, right, many companies, many projects have their own style of writing test cases, their style of having different type of folder structures. I am just teaching you the basics of it. So anytime you find this underscore underscore test underscore underscore, right, understand that all the files inside this will be test files. Got it? All the files inside this test folder will be test file. Got it? So I want you to give this piece of information. Okay, one more thing I wanted to tell you now when I'm telling this underscore underscore, right? This two underscore. What is this underscore underscore? You know, this underscore underscore is used. It's known as dunder. Okay, this underscore, 2 times underscore and underscore. This is known as is equal to dunder. It's known as dunder, and we also call this as dunder tests, right? So I don't know why I'm telling you all this, but I'm just giving you the piece of information, right? So it's known as dunder, right? Remember this, dunder tests, right? When you will write dunder tests, right, this dunder means underscore underscore, 2 underscores, right? What is dunder methods? Okay, this is something else, dunder. But see this, underscore underscore is known as dunder method, right? So this is basically this two underscores in the front and two underscore at the back are known as dunder, right? And why do we use it? Why do we use this dunder? So we basically use this dunder as a reserved word, right? So that people don't. So suppose if I write a single underscore, or I don't know why we use dunder. Basically, I feel that, right? I'm not sure about it, but I feel that so that accidentally nobody creates a name with this, right? So but nobody accidentally creates a folder with this name, right? Accidentally, right? I don't think somebody will think of creating accidentally a folder with this name, right? So they have kind of reserved these characters. Jest basically uses this to track our testing files. I don't know much detail about dunder, like try to research it on your own, but this is known as dunder that I wanted to tell you, right? Okay, this is like a side information which is not much relevant, but still I would like to tell you all. Okay, so in this folder, let us create our first test file, right? Let's create a first test file. I am testing my sum method. So let's create the name of the file as sum.test.js, right? Sum.test.js. Got it? So this is our first testing file. Now let us just start testing our sum function. How will you test your sum function is, right? How will you test your sum function is, first of all, how do I write my test case? So listen to me very carefully. We write a function which is known as test, right? We call this function test, right? And this test function basically takes two arguments. First is string. The second is a function, a callback function. Got it? So this test. So this is how we write a test case, right? This is one test case. Now we will test for something. We will test that some function should calculate the sum of two numbers. Got it? Some function should calculate the sum of two functions. Okay, so test is sum of two function. Basically, this first argument gives the description of the test. Okay, and the second argument is a function. In this callback function, we actually write the implementation of this test case. Okay, so listen to me very carefully. There is a test function. We'll write the description, what this test will do, right? What are we testing? And now over here we actually write code to test. Okay, this is our test function. Now we will test. How we will test? First of all, we will test, right? How we will test? First of all, I will call the sum function with two parameters, right? And where will this sum function come from? This sum function comes from /sum, right? I have imported this sum function from /sum, right? And now if I give it two parameters, right? Suppose if I want to calculate the sum of 3, 4, okay? I want to calculate the sum of 3, 4, okay? Let me calculate constant result. Result is equals to sum of 3, 4, right? I calculated my result of sum of 3, 4. Now, what I will do, I want to test whether my result is 7 or not. How will I write code for it? I will write code like this. Expect, right? Expect, what happened? Oh my God, typo, right? Expect my result, right? Expect my result dot and write to be, and then you have to write expect my result to be 7. Got it? So this is the syntax. So basically, first of all, let me just explain it once again. I calculated the sum, right? If I will, in this sum function, where is this sum function coming from? This is imported from here, sum.js, right? This sum.js file. Now, if I will pass 3 and 4 to it, some result will come. Now I want my result to be 7. right? This line is known as assertion, right? Assertion, right? This line is known as assertion, right? We are testing the sum method. Here we are testing the sum method, right? So let me save this file. And now let us just run npm run test. If I click on enter, see this. It says everything pass, right? Do you see this green tick? Right? It ran the test code. It says that all files 100% statement. There is one test case, one total test case, and one passed. So this test case passed. So this is how you test your sum function. Suppose if you would have tested result to be 5, right? Let's give it a wrong, right? Let's make our test case fail, right? 3 plus 4 is 7, right? Let's fail this, right? Let me just save it and let me run my test once again. See this. It says one total and one failed, right? Because it's not 7, right? It's not 5, it's 7, right? And if I see my error logs, see this. It says that one fail, which some, and see, it shows you the description also what failed, right? And it shows you also the time of how much time it took to run the test case, right? It took 2 milliseconds. So it says that sum function, see this, it says that the expected result was expected is 5 and we received 7. Right? So I was expecting my result to be 5 over here, but actually it gave me 7, right? This is why it failed. Understood? Read this. You know, Jest is such a amazing library. It tells you, right? It tells you that we have received 7, right? I have received result as 7. I was expecting 5. Right? I was expecting my result to be 5, but I received 7. That is why my test case failed. Suppose if I expected 7 and this result will also have 7, so it will pass. Right? So if I save this file, I run my test case once again, it passed. Right? So this is how you write test cases. Most of the times, you will always have some assertions in your test case. You will always have your assertion in your test case. Now, it does not mean mandatorily you need. See, suppose if I don't had any assertion, right? If I don't expect anything, right? If I run npm run test, it will pass, right? It will always pass because we are not expecting anything, right? It is not a mandatory thing to write expect in the test case. Even if you write empty, right? If you write an empty test case, it will still pass, right? See this. npm run test, it will still pass because there is nothing to test. But we always, right? It's a practice. We always have a expect statement, right? This assertion is important, right? Right? Without assertion, there is no test, right? We should have some expectation. My expectation is that the result to be 7. Right? My expectation is the result will be 7. Got it? So, this is how you assert things and this is how you run test cases. Right? This was a very, very basic first test case which I wanted to show you. Right? And this is not React. We are not testing React. Right? We have not written single piece of React right now. This is just JavaScript testing. Now, going forward, I will be writing test case for React. I will show you how to write test case for React. We will also see complex test cases. Okay, don't worry. Right? We will also see complex test cases in this episode. This was just JavaScript testing. Right? We will also see a lot of cool stuff. Right? So this was it. What I want is, let's take a quick break. Go back to your code and please try to write your first test case. Try to set up your Jest, right? Try to set up your JS DOM, right? Your Jest config. Okay, so do that. And if I'll tell you, right, do this, right? Just init, install JS DOM library, okay? And write your sum test case, right? This is a very good test case. It's a very basic test case. Do this till here. Your your test case should be passed, right? You should get this type of screen over here. Once you get that, we will continue ahead and we will see and we will begin writing test cases in React. We will see how we can test our components now. Okay, we'll dive into React testing now. Okay, hope you would have understood. Let's get back very soon, and it's cool, right? So let's get back very soon. Let's take a quick break. Welcome back, my dear friends. Are you ready to write test cases for React now? Let us just see how we can write test cases for React now, okay? Because this is React, right? This is Namaste React. And Akshay, you are teaching us how to write test cases in JavaScript. Right? So let's now see how to write test cases in React now, okay? This was just basics to get you started with testing. I know that a lot of people are writing test cases for the first time right now. Okay, so that is why I wanted to start right from the basics, right from the scratch. That is why I chose to write test case for a basic sum function. Right now we will write test cases for React. This is my style of teaching, right? I want to start right from basics. Okay, and then we will slowly go ahead and write advanced test cases also, right? We will write integration test cases also, right? Now we will do unit testing. Unit test case we will write, okay? Unit testing we will write. Got it? So let's get started. Okay, so first of all, what should we test? Okay, let's find out cool things to test. Okay, let me get rid of all this. Okay, what to test? First of all, let me run my application somewhere, right? Okay, let me just run npm in a new tab. I am just running on the side, npm run start. Okay, over here we will write testing command. Parallelly, I am just starting my app, right? npm run start, and our app is running on localhost 1234. Okay, let's go back to our app, refresh the page. Cool, our app is loading. Now let us just test a basic thing first of all, right? Let us just test very basic. Let's write very basic test case for React. What can be a very basic test case? Let's go to some page and let's see whether the page is loaded or not. Okay, let's see whether a component is loaded or not. Okay, maybe let's take an example of contact us page. Okay, if I click on this contact us page, let's see whether the contact us page is loaded or not, right? It's a very basic component. Okay, let's test this. Okay, so basically this is a very basic component. It is a very small component, right? Very basic component, right? I want to test this contact component, right? So you remember, right? What is unit testing? Unit testing means you are testing one component, right? Independent of your app. You're just taking out one component and you are testing it. Isolation, right? In isolation, it's an isolated environment. You will be testing contact, right? So let us test this component. How will you test this component? Right? So what I'll try to do is I will try to render my contact component, and I will see whether it loads or not, right? We will see whether the contact component is loaded or not, right? So it's a very basic thing, right? Let's add something to our contact us page basically, right? It's looking very, very basic, right? Let's add something to it, right? What is there in contact us page? Let's add some form, right? Let's add a contact form or something, right? Let's give it. Let's make it beautiful also, right? It's looking very bad. Okay, so let's add some CSS. Let's add something right over here. So let me add some CSS for it. First of all, class name is equals to, let's make font bold or something, right? Font bold, and maybe increase the text width, right? Text 2XL, 3XL. Let's give it 3XL. Cool. So it looks like a contact page. Let's give it some padding margin, right? So let me give it padding of 4 and then margin of 4. How does it look? Cool. So we have our contact us page. Let's build a small contact form also. Okay. Let's build a small contact form. How do you build a form? Form, right? This is our form. Let's add some input type text, class name, right? We'll give some styling to it later on. First of all, let's create an input box. Let's create another input box, and basically let's give it some placeholder. Placeholder is equals to name. another input box placeholder is equals to, it's a contact, right? So maybe basically message, some message the user wants to give. And let's add a button also, right? Submit button or something, right? Button, submit. Cool. So we have this form with us. We have two input boxes. We have a submit button. Let's see how it looks. Oh my god, it looks very ugly. Let's add some CSS to this form, right? Maybe let's add border first of all. Border black, right? Border black. And what else to add? Let's add padding margin. Padding of 2, margin of 2. How does it look? Let's see. Cool. This input box looks cool, right? So let's copy paste the same class name for the other input box also. And let's give the same to basically submit also, maybe, right? Let's see. Cool. So we have given some styling to it. Let's go back. Cool. So we have our contact us page, name, message, and submit button, right? So we have a submit button. It does not look like a button though. Let's give it some background color. I don't know. With Tailwind, you know, I don't know. I just love to style my components. Right? Let's give it rounded corners also. Rounded LG. Cool, right? Cool. Now it looks like a submit button, right? So now let's not deviate our mind, right? Let's focus upon testing. We have written enough big component now, right? So now we will test basically the contact component, right? Basically we are just concerned about this contact component. Now we will test, basically we'll try to render it and then we will see whether it loads or not. Whether it is loading or not loading. Got it? How do we test that? Let's write a test case. Let's create another file. Let's call it as contact.test.js. Right? Now I will write my test over here and the description of the test is should load contact us component. Right? Should load contact us component. Right? I will see whether it got loaded onto the DOM or not. Right? Whether it got loaded onto the DOM or not. I want to test this. This test should load contact us component. How will I load? First of all, listen to me very carefully. Whenever you are testing a UI component inside React, you will have to render that component onto the JS DOM first of all. How will you do that? I will render my component onto the JS DOM. How will you do? I will use render. Okay, I will use render. And this render method comes from testing library /React. Okay, this is my render method. Now, this render method will take a component which is going to be rendered. Now I want to render contact, right? Contact component, right? So I will write this component over here, right? This is the contact which comes from /contact, right? Contact file. And this contact, I will render it first of all. Where I will render it? I will render it to the JS DOM. This will be rendered to the JS DOM. Got it? So now I have tried to render this component onto the JS DOM. Now I will test it. So how will I test it? So how will I make sure whether this component was rendered successfully or not? I will check whether that rendered component, right? Whether that rendered component contains, see, how will you test this, right? How will you test this page? How will you test whether this component is loaded or not? So suppose if I refresh my page, how would you make sure whether the contact us component is loaded or not? You will say, I can see it. You can see what? You can see this heading, right? So let us see this, right? So let us try to write a test case and I will check whether this heading is loaded in the page or not, right? So how I will check? I will check whether the heading is loaded in the component or not, right? I'll tell you how to test this, right? First of all, I am rendering this. Now I will try to check whether, so there is one more method which is known as screen, okay? Screen. So this screen is an object which comes from my React testing library, SCREN, right? Screen, right? This screen. So whatever you will render, it will be rendered and you will get this access through screen. So now you can do something like screen dot, and when you will do dot, now you can find some information, whatever has been rendered, right? Suppose if our contact component was rendered, that means all of this will be rendered, right? My heading will be rendered, my form will be rendered, my input boxes will be rendered, my buttons will be rendered onto the page, isn't it? So similarly, I have rendered this. Now I will find on my screen, basically, can I get, right? I can write screen.get, and you can find a lot of things. Suppose if I want to find my heading, so I can do something, right? Get by, right? And you can do a lot of things. I can do get by role. I'll do get by role, and I will write role of a heading, right? Get by role heading, right? And whatever I will get, I will just get this inside my heading, right? Heading, right? This is my heading. Now, did you understand this? So basically, let me repeat it once again. Whatever you will render over here, it will be rendered onto JS DOM, and this screen, basically you will get this inside this screen, and you can do a screen dot get by role, and I can put heading, right? So basically what it will do is it will find all the heading components, all the headings inside this, right? Headings inside this contact information, right? Contact component, and it will give it over here, heading. Got it? And now I will expect something. I will write assertion. I will expect my heading, right, to be in the document, right? There is something known as heading component to be in the document. Now this function will basically find whether my heading was inside that document or not. Okay, this function will basically find out whether my heading was inside this document or not, whether it was there inside screen or not, right? Let me save it up. Let us just run our test cases and see if it works. And let me tell you, it won't work, right? And let's see what error do we get. So if I run this, it failed, right? It failed. And what error did it throw? Let us just see. It says that syntax error, right? Support for experimental syntax JSX isn't currently enabled. Basically, it tries to say that we cannot use JSX inside our, right? It cannot, right? So basically, JSX isn't enabled for our test cases. Our test cases, we are trying to render this JSX, right? So JSX isn't enabled for our application. How will you enable JSX? It says that basically you have to add Babel/preset React. You will have to add Babel/preset React. Got it? So basically, it gives you the information, right? It helps you. It says that, okay, please add this library. So let's add this library, right? It is asking us to add this library. So why we are adding this library? Because our JSX isn't working. To make JSX work, we will add this library, right? So let us install this library, right? How will I install this library? I will do npm install npm i-d and install this Babel-preset React. Right? So what I'll do is, let me keep taking down notes in my readme file. Install, right? Install this library. Why? To make JSX work in test cases. Right? This is the reason. Now, once I have installed this library, now I will have to include Babel preset inside my Babel config, right? We have just installed the library, right? We have to include it inside our config, Babel config, right? So I will add this into my Babel config. How will I add this? Just like we have Babel-preset env, similarly we have Babel, right? What was the name of this library? Babel-preset React, right? So I will have to add one more configuration over here, Just note this down very carefully, right? Take down notes. So just like we had this presets, right? This was Babel preset env, right? Be careful of adding this, right? Similarly, I will also add, right? Similarly, I will also add one more library over here. I am adding an array, right? In this array, the first thing is Babel-preset React, and then be careful of this thing, and then I will write the runtime will be automatic, right? Runtime will be automatic. Okay, so basically it will automatically pick the runtime. If you will not do this, this will throw an error. It will take some default value and it will show you errors in your code. Okay, so while you are configuring this, just make sure you are adding runtime automatic. What did I do? I installed this package and I did runtime automatic. See the syntax properly, right? I am trying to add a preset. So basically, why are we adding this preset? Right now the question must be coming, Akshay, I am confused. I want to know what is this presets. So basically, what is Babel? Babel is a transpiler. It basically converts your code from one form to another, right? Right now, this Babel preset React is basically helping our testing library to convert that JSX code to HTML so that it can read properly, right? So that it can read properly. Basically, this code is JSX, right? So that Babel preset is helping this React code to be converted into normal HTML code. Okay, that's why we use preset. I want to give you an answer for all your small questions also. Okay, and if you are more curious, be curious. Be curious to know all this small stuff. More curious, go and research on the internet. So much to learn, my dear friends. Okay, writing test cases is easy, right? Writing this test cases is easy. Knowing what happens behind the scenes is tough, right? Okay, so let me just show it to you, right? So now let us just try to run our test cases once again. And let me tell you, my dear friends, it will fail once again, right? It will fail once again. We have done this configuration, but it will fail once again. I know that, right? And if we'll see this time we will get another error, right? What is this error? It says that to be in the document is not a function, right? I have written to be in the document. You must be thinking, Akshay, what is this to be in the document? And it also says to be in the document is not a function. So basically, what are we trying to do over here? Understand this very, right? Understand this with your heads open, right? Like, keep your mind open because you have to understand this. I am trying to render my component onto JS DOM and I am trying to find heading inside my rendered screen, right? One screen is rendered and I am trying to find by role heading, right? And once I have my heading, now I am trying to search whether my heading is inside the document or not. And it says that this function is not present. So this function basically is not a function. It is not present here because we have not installed a library. There is one more library we have to take help from, which is known as testing library /jest-dom, right? What is this library that we need to install? Let me just write it down. Now you must be thinking that, Akshay, oh my god, my head is messed up. Just for adding testing, we have done so many things. Yes, my dear friends. And I want you all to know all of this. All of this. I'm not saying that these things will be asked in interviews. No. No interviewer will go and dive deep into all these things. Like, I have never asked this in interviews. When you are building an application, you might use create React app or you might use a next app, right? You might use some other template, right, for React application, and it will have your testing code already there, right? It will have your React testing library set up already there. You will not even have to do all this. I am doing all this because I have created my whole project from scratch. I have used Parcel. I have written single line from scratch. Why? That is why. And But I am teaching you because you should know all these things. When you will know all these things and when you will write this code, you will understand the meaning of each line that what you are writing. You will know where the screen is coming from, testing library. To be document, where is this to be document coming from? It will be coming from a library which is known as, which we have to install, which is known as testing library / jest DOM. This is another library which is very helpful. I want you all to know these small things. You will appreciate, you will appreciate the technology behind it. We just start using libraries. But did you ever think that these are giant libraries? These are very important, very amazing libraries. Right? See this. So many libraries are used to make our React code work, to write test cases in our React. Amazing, isn't it? I just love it, right? And once you start doing it, you will fall in love with all these things, right? You will see so much is happening behind the scenes. I want to go and dive deep into behind the scenes of testing in this episode. That is why I'm teaching you all this, right? So now let us just install this library, right? How will you install this library? Let me copy this up, right? Install this. I will write, how will I install this? Let me copy the whole command. npm install -D, okay? And install this, okay, sorry, -D, and let me just copy this command and let me run it. Once I install it, I will install it, right? This testing library -jest DOM is installed. I think this is installed. Yes, this is installed. Now this testing library, and what I will do is I will import this library over here. Import, I won't import a certain piece of thing, but I will just import the whole library like this, right? Testing library /jest DOM, right? Testing library /jest DOM, right? I will just write like this, okay? You don't have to import a particular thing, right? But just include it like this. Once you include this library, you will see an amazing thing. As soon as you write any expect statement, as soon as you write any assertion, this is assertion, right? I told you what is this. This is assertion. As soon as you write this expect thing, right? Expect is a very important thing in testing, right? So as soon as you write an expect and you hit the dot, it gives you a list of a lot of important function that you can assert to. Right? You can expect this heading, right? If you write a dot, see this. You can expect to be called, to be with, to be checked, to be defined. You can expect this heading to be enabled. You can expect this heading to be invalid. You can expect a lot of things, right? So similarly, you can expect to be in the document, right? There is a function. It's a very important function, right? I'll show it to you. To be in the document, right? See this. To be in the document. We will be using this function a lot, right? Whenever we have to check something, whether it has loaded or not, we use this function, right? Whether this heading is present in the document or not, this means that your component is loading successfully, right? So if we expect this, right? So this is how you write test case. Now let me run this test case again. Can you guess whether it will work this time or not? It has not been working since a lot of time. Now you must be thinking that Akshay, no, this time it should work, otherwise we'll just pull our hairs. Let me tell you, my dear friends, it will work this time, right? And if I write npm run test, it will be passed, right? We have 2 test cases and 2 of them are passed, right? So basically what we did, we rendered something, we rendered the contact, and then we find out get by role heading into the screen, right? From the screen, I did a screen.getByRole, right? And then we expected this heading to be in the document, and it was there. That is why it's passed. Got it? Did you understand this? Right? Amazing, right? Now you would be confused with these things, right? You would be confused. You would have understood, okay, we are rendering contact. Now you would be confused with what this line is and what this line is. I will explain these 2 lines in detail now. Okay? Now I will explain these 2 lines in detail. Got it? So suppose if you have rendered a component, right? Suppose if you have rendered a component onto the JS DOM, right? I am rendering this component, right? This render. Now I am rendering this component. I want to find something inside that rendered content, right? So I am trying to find out my heading like this, right? Suppose if we had to find, now let us just write a test case where I want to find whether my button is there on the page or not. Suppose if I want to find whether the button is there on the page or not, right? We can write a test case to find whether the button is there or not, right? So let me write one more test case, right? So similarly, I can write another test case. Okay. Similarly, I can write, I am just copying, pasting. So this is my first test, should load component. Now should load button inside contact component. Okay. Should load button inside my contact component. Now we have rendered the contact component. Now I will try to find out button. How will I find out button? Right. So I can write button is equals to screen dot. Now I want to do get button somehow. How can I get button? I can do a get by role, right? I can do again get by role, right? I can do get by role and I can write button, right? So this will give me my button over here and then I can see whether the button is there in my document or not. Did you understand this? Earlier I was testing whether the heading is there or not. Now I am testing whether the button is there or not. Get by role. Right? Now if I'll do this, let me run my test case once again. Now there are 3 test cases. There are three and 3 of them passed. Sorry, apologies. So there are 3 test cases and 3 of them passed. Right? What is this get by role? So basically there are different type of roles in your HTML, right? These roles are defined by Jest and the testing library. So role can be a heading, can be a button. There can be different type of roles in your application, right? So this is one way to find button. There is more way we can find button. Okay, there is more way we can find button. I can do something like get by text. Okay, I can find get by text, right? I can find get by text. If on my screen anywhere there is a text which says submit, if there is a on my screen, if there is a submit text anywhere in my screen, right? Anywhere we see this text submit, right? So that submit will be button, right? And let me save it. Let me show you. See, it passed, right? It passed. Now you would say that, Akshay, is it even testing or it is just showing pass, right? Let's try to fail it up, right? You would feel it is magic, right? You are writing everything and it is passing. But let me tell you, suppose if I try to find out random thing, right? Let's try to find out random, right? Random, right? We are trying to find random on the text. Let me save it up. Let me run our test cases. This time it failed. See this. And let me show you how it failed, right? It says that it failed, right? Unable to find an element with text random. See this. It failed, right? On the screen it found random nowhere. And it also shows you what was rendered. Whenever the beauty about Jest is, it will, whenever it fails the test, it also shows you what was rendered on the screen, right? The contact information. So if you'll see over here, this was rendered. If you'll see in the body, this was rendered. Our contact us page was rendered. Our input box was rendered. Our input box was rendered. Our button was rendered. But it could not find random string anywhere, right? It could not find this random anywhere in the code. That is why it throwed an error, right? That is why it throwed an error. It says that unable to find element with text random. Got it? So basically you can find get by text. You can get by text also. Suppose if I want to find input, right? Suppose if I want to find input, How can I find input? How can I find input? I can find, so basically what I can do is I can do a lot of things, right? I can do a dot get, and you can see a lot of things that you can see. Read this. Get by alt text. Suppose if you want to find an image, you can find it using alt text. See this. You can find by using display value, right? You can find by using label text. You can find by using placeholder text. Can I find by using placeholder text? Let us just try to find, see the placeholder text is name over here, right? So if I will write screen dot get placeholder text, right? Placeholder text is name, right? If I'll do this, I will get my input, isn't it? I will get my input. Or maybe let's write a new test case for this, right? Let's not mess up this, right? It should be button, right? Let's give it, right? button. So anytime you are writing a new test case, write it in a new test case, right? This is one test case. So I can have multiple test cases like this. Should load input name inside contact component. How will you find this? Input name, right? Input name. And now I will find by placeholder text. Get by placeholder text, right? If you'll find by placeholder text, and if the placeholder text is name, and I will expect my input name to be in the document, right? If I do this to be in the document, right? So I will do this, and now if I save this file and if I run my test case, let's see. Oh, it failed. Why? Let us just inquire why it failed. Why it failed? Unable to find element with text button. Okay, did I write text button? Cool, see this, get by text. So I cannot do get by text. Either I should do get by text submit, or I can do get by role, right? This is a role, right? This is a role. Let me run my test case once again. The above test failed, right? Now all the tests passed, right? See this, all the tests passed. Now suppose if my placeholder text was something else, right? Not name 1, right? If you save this, run the test, see this, it failed, right? Because it could not find anywhere where the placeholder is name 1, right? Name 1. It will find if it is name, right? So similarly, what I am trying to say, similarly, you can write a lot of dot get over here, right? And you can find get by title, get by text, get by display value, get by role, get by so many things you can do. Get by label text. Try out a lot of things, right? So we will be using a lot of these things, right? When we will be using, you will get to know a lot more cool stuff over here, right? So this is what I wanted to show you, that when you will write screen dot, it will give you a lot of methods which you can use, right? Get by placeholder text, get by all, right? One more thing I wanted to teach you is, suppose if there are multiple input boxes, right? So suppose if there are multiple, so there is something known as, see, this is get by placeholder text. But suppose if I want to get all the input box, suppose if I wanted to test, right? I am writing a new test case, right? Should load 2 input boxes on the contact component, right? Now my test is, when the contact component loaded, it should load 2 input boxes. How will I test this, right? Contact component, right, should load 2 input boxes, right? I have checked whether my input of name has loaded or not. Now I want to check whether it loaded 2 input boxes or not, right? Suppose if I want to test this, how will I write test case for this? I am writing very descriptive test, right? You generally don't write so many test case, right? Suppose if you want to find out whether the contact was loaded or not, you can write 1 or 2 test cases. I am just trying to show you different type of test cases that you can write for these files, right? In general, you will just write 1 or 2 to see whether the component was loaded or not. But I am trying to show you different types of test cases you can write over here, right? So let's render it once again. Render my contact. Now I want to find out input boxes, right? Input boxes. Screen dot. Now I will do get all by, right? There is something known as get by, and this is get all by. So basically when you do get by, that means you are expecting that there will be only one result, right? I did get by placeholder text name, it returned me one result. Now I want multiple input boxes. I want all the input boxes. So I will do get by role. And now I want to find out what can I do, right? I want to find out get by role input, right? Get by role input. And this will give me all the input boxes over here, right? And now I will write an assertion, right? I will write an assertion over here. Let's wait for a while. This input, get by role input is incorrect, right? This type of role does not exist, first of all, right? The role for input boxes is text box, okay? It is my problem. Why I'm telling you this is, it is my problem. I forget a lot of time what was the role of that input text box. I do a lot of mistake. A lot of my students do mistake that they write like this, right? But suppose even if you write like this, right? And if you try to run your test case, it just is so much supportive. It will tell you that, oh, role like this does not exist on the page. But there is a role which says text box, right? And if you'll see, right, there are two elements with this text box, right? Role. So if you will do get by role text box, it will give you both of these. It will give you both of these. Okay? It will give you both of these. And now let me just do a console log and show you what amazing thing over here, right? Let me just show you input boxes. Input boxes, right? Whether we get this two input boxes or not, right? Let's just see. And let me tell you, we can do a console log here and you will see a console log, right? So let me run this test case. If I run the test case, it again throwed an error. Why? Okay. See why it throwed an error. Let me just show it to you. It throwed an error because, see this. It throwed an error because it found multiple elements. It found multiple elements and I am doing get by role. So basically you have to do get all by role. So what I'm trying to say, if there are multiple items which matches this query, it will throw an error. Suppose if there are multiple items with get by role, so that is why there are two functions, get by role and get all by role. When you will do get all by role, now this will give you 2, right? Now this will give you 2. Got it? So now our test case passed. It gave you 2. What is this, my dear friends? What is this, my dear friends? If you will see it clearly, it returned you an array of 2 objects. Array of 2 objects. What are these objects? Right? So basically this input box is array, right? This is an array. Let me see the first item over here, right? Let me see the first item, okay? Let me just log the first item, run test, right? This is array of 2 items. So if you will see the first item, right? Right? Let me see the log. What is this basically? This is HTML input element. Who will tell me what is this? This is not my input box. You know what is this? This is basically the React element. This is basically the virtual DOM React element. Remember what happens behind the scenes? When you render an input component, right? When you have an input component, it is basically JSX, right? What is JSX behind the scenes? Remember our first class. JSX at the end of the day is React element. And React element at the end of the day is object. So this object that you see is basically an input tag, right? This is an input tag. isn't it? This is an input tag. See this, it has a placeholder name. It has some CSS, isn't it? Has a placeholder name. And this is my input box of 0. Input box of 0. And if you will see, input box is an array. If you will see input box dot length, what will it be? What will it be? What will it be? Console log 2. So my input box is an array. So note down two things in your notebook. When you will do a console.log, what is returned over here? This returns your JSX element. That is JSX. That is a React element. That is an object. That is a React fiber node. Right? Do you know? React element, JSX, React fiber node, virtual DOM object. All these things are same thing. And basically, by querying like this is known as querying, right? We are writing a query, right? Querying, right? We call this as querying, right? If we are querying, we do something like screen dot. We can do a get by role. We can do a get all by role. We can do a lot of things, and we will get piece of JSX, React elements, React fiber nodes. All of these are same things returned to us. And then we can assert onto this, right? And now I can find whether these are 2 or not, right? So input boxes.length should be 2. Now it is easy to write, right? So how will I write now? I will do expect. What I am trying to find, I want to should load 2 input boxes in contact component, right? So what I will expect? I will expect my input boxes.length dot. Now what else you can write? You can see this. You can do to be, right? You can use to be true, to be false, to be truthy, to be falsy, to be greater than, right? You can do to be greater than 0, to be greater than 1, or you can just write to be, right? To be 2. Got it? So now you can do something like this. If I run my test cases now, it passed, right? If I let me just fail it, right? Let me just write 3, right? Let me just assert 3. Now I'll show you, it will fail. It will say that expected 3, I was expecting 3, but it returned 2, right? 2 was the right test case, right? So basically it should be 2, and I am commenting this console log, right? So basically what I'm trying to say is, when you do npm run test, you can do expect input boxes.length to be 2. If I have to recap quickly, I am doing screen.get all by role. So take down as a note, this all is important. Whenever there are multiple items, then we will use all. So this is how we find out input boxes, right? And I have written input boxes.length to be 2. Amazing, isn't it? You can write one more cool thing, right? Let me show you one more cool thing. You can write something like this also, right? To be 3, this will fail, right? This will fail. You can also assert like expect input boxes.length dot not to be 3, right? So now if you will do this, it will pass. So basically you can, it's like a exclamation mark. It is like a reverse, right? It is like a inverse of what you are trying to test, right? So try to play with it, right? Try to write a dot here and see. There is not, right? There is rejects, there is to be, there is to be called. There are so many things you can try out here, right? There are so many things. To be nan, to be null, right? Suppose if I want to test for null, whether something is null, whether something is nan, right? We can just test everything. To be less than equal to be, right? So to be truthy, right? If there is a true value, we can test a lot of things. If it is a boolean, you can test for true, false. If it is a number, you can test for less than, greater than, equal to be, right? You can to be, right? To be, and then you can just write 2, right? This is a good test case. Got it? So this is how you actually assert things up. Amazing, right? I have dived deep into these concepts. I have shown you a lot of types of queries over here. I have shown you a lot of type of assertion. And let me tell you, this is the basic of testing. This is the basic of testing of React. Every time in your test case, you will render something, then you will query something, and then you will assert something, right? You will render something, query something, assert something. This is basics of testing. Every test case you write, you will have to do something like this. Got it? So this is how you write test cases. Let me tell you a few more things, right? Let me tell you a few more things about test cases, right? Before I move on to testing something else. So we have written 4 test cases now. So similarly, sometimes, what happens is our test file increases, right? Suppose in your file, there are like 20 test cases. Now it becomes difficult to manage such amount of test cases, right? So basically we can create small group of few test cases, right? We can create different groups of test cases, right? So how do you group these test cases? So basically you can write something like describe. Okay. You can write describe. Okay. And then this describe basically, so you can assume that there are 20 test cases. 5 test cases are testing contact page. 5 test cases are testing something else. 5 test cases are testing something else. So you can basically group these multiple test cases into a single block. That block is known as describe, right? So you can describe these test cases. You can say that these are contact us test cases, contact us space test cases. It's just a grouping convention, nothing else. This is not something major breaking change, but you can just group your test cases like this. I wanted to tell you because people do it, right? So you will find describe written in your code. So don't panic. It is just group of test cases, right? So you can write all the test case inside this block. So basically this is kind of like a block, describe block, and this describe block can have multiple test cases inside it. Got it? So this is a describe block. It works exactly the same, nothing else, right? Everything is working same. The npm run test is working fine. Cool. So this is the describe block. This is just for grouping test cases, right? And you can have multiple describe block also. And you can have a describe inside a describe also. Suppose if you want to add these 2 test cases in another describe block inside it, you can do that too, right? And the describe block is basically, first thing is the name of the describe block, and then again a function. That's all, right? So similarly, you can have a nesting level also. Try it out, read it out, but it's not a very big thing, so I'm not diving deep into this. Okay, so this is what you can do, right? You can group your test cases also. Now, one more thing I wanted to tell you. When you are writing this test cases, right? So this test is the name of the function, right? Just says that you can write this name as test, and you can also write this name as it, right? You can write this name as it also. Right? Now, instead of test, you can write this name as it also, right? It. You will see in a lot of repositories, people write it also. Why is it? What is difference between it and test? There is no difference. It is just an alias of test. This is just an alias, right? You can use it, you can use test, nothing works, right? Both of them works, right? If you will run your test cases once again, everything will pass, nothing will change. This it is just another name for test. Some people like to write test, some people like to write it, one and the same thing. Don't get confused if you ever see it or test. Take down this as a note, right? Take it down as a note, okay? So it and test are one and the same thing. Got it? Why is the name it? You can write test, right? So basically, some people feel that reading this test becomes easy, right? So some people read it like this. It should load button component it should load button inside contact component. Read this full sentence, right? So it should And they also write this name starting with should. Okay, so generally it pronounces right. It should load input name inside contact component. So basically it's just a naming convention. It is easier to read. I think that is the only reason why they named it as it and test also, right? But you can use whatever you wish to. You can use mix of both, but I would prefer you to use only one, right? Either use test or either use it. Let's use it. A lot of people use it, so let's just try to use it, right? In the industry I've seen a lot of people use it, so let's just use it. Otherwise it's no problem whether you write test or it. Got it? So this is what I wanted to show you. One more thing I wanted to show you. Suppose if sometimes you don't know, right, what it is going to see, right, you can hover onto these things, right? See this, 2B, right? If you hover onto, it will show you the details of this, right? Sometimes if you want to, right, basically what it does, when you will write 2B, right, it uses object.is to check. Got it? So suppose if you will write 2B truthy, right, 2B truthy, right? So 2B truthy, if you will hover on it, it will tell you that it will not match if the value is false, right? In JavaScript, there are 6 falsy values. Everything else is truthy, right? Basically, you can, if you will hover onto this, it will show you the details also. Why I'm telling you? Because it will help you in writing your code, right? That is why I'm telling you these small things. So you can just hover onto these things and you will find more information about these test cases, right? If you will hover onto it, right? See this, it will tell you what it is, right? It will tell it is a gist.it, right? Creates a test closure. You know why I'm telling you these small things? A lot of developers don't do it, right? They don't use the full potential of VS Code. You can do this, right? You can find out. These are helper things, right? So this is what I wanted to tell you. Okay, so we have written the test cases for our contact us page. Let us try to, and this was unit testing, my dear friends. I was testing a component in isolation. This is unit testing. I will do one more unit testing. I will go on to advanced concept of Reacts, right? And then we will also see integration testing. Don't worry, this episode will be a little long, but let me tell you that I am up for it. I want to teach you a lot of things inside testing. I want to teach you as much as I can in this episode. I want to cover as much as I can, and stay tuned. Let's do one more modification. If you will now see, right, it says 23 files changed, right? There are 23 files changed, and there are a lot of random files also over here. These random files have come because of this coverage, right? So it is showing you this coverage, right? How many files have been covered. So basically to process this coverage, it has created a coverage folder. So it is showing you 23 files. But you don't have to worry about, you don't have to push this coverage onto Git, right? So add this coverage into Git ignore. It will make your repository history clean, right? So I'll go to my Git ignore and just write /coverage. Okay, if you write /coverage, if you save it, now see only 11 files, right? These 11 files are actual code we have changed, right? Oh my god, we have changed 11 files. Cool, amazing. We are going to change even more, right? But again, right? So 11 files, this looks decent, right? History is clean. So we don't have to push this coverage file. It is just used to see the coverage, test code coverage. See, we have 100% test code coverage right now. Got it? We have 100% test code coverage as of now. Whatever testing we have done, right? So this is how we write test cases. Take a break, practice this, come back once again, and we are going to dive deep into testing even more. And thank you so much for watching. See you very soon. Welcome back, my dear friends. Now we are back, and now we will be testing a lot more components. We will be writing a lot of test cases inside React, right? But first of all, we will write test cases for our header component. Okay, so let's write. So first of all, let's write a basic test case whether the header, as like we are doing unit testing, right? Remember, we are doing unit testing. So we will just test whether we have rendered the header component in isolation and whether it loaded successfully or not. Okay, so let's try to write that test case. When this header will load, we will check whether it loaded with a login button or not, right? If you'll see this inspect element, this is a button, right? Login button, right? Let's go to header.js. In header.js, we will see whether it is loaded with this login button or not, right? Whether it loaded with a login button or not. We can also see whether the cart has 0 items or not, right? When we load our header, the cart should have 0 items over here, isn't it? Right? So let us see all that, right? How we can write test cases for checking all this. Okay. So let's just write test cases for header. So let me just close this readme. Let me close all these files. Okay. Let me close all these files. I don't like a pile up of files over here. I just want to include my header. If I want to render this, like if I want to take a reference, let me create one more test file and let's call this as header.test.js. Now I will write test cases for my header component. First of all, as you already know, I will first of all do my test, right? Or I can write my describe block also. I'm not writing a describe block. I'm just writing a test, or let me call it as it, right? It, and let me write it should load header component with login button, with a login button. Okay, it should load my header component with a login button, and I have a callback function over here, right? What will I render? As I told you, there are 3 pieces of the test case. Render things on the screen, then find something or query something, get something, and then assert something, right? So first of all, I'll render, right? This render will come from my React testing library. Okay, and then what I will render? I will render my header component, right? This header component comes from /header, right? I will render this header component, right? And now let me tell you one more important thing, right? If I save this and if I run my test, it will fail. And I wanted to show you why it fails, right? So it will fail. Why it failed, right? Let's try to see why it failed, right? It says 1 failed. Why it failed, my dear friends? If we will see clearly, it says that could not find React Redux context value, right? So it failed at this point. Use selector. We are using use selector in our header component, right? We are using use selector, and this use selector comes from React Redux. Our application is using Redux, my dear friend. Our application is using Redux. Now we are rendering this header component in isolation, where we are rendering in JS DOM. So the JS DOM understands JSX. The JS DOM understands JSX code, React code, JavaScript code, but it does not understand Redux code, right? It does not know what is Redux, right? It does not know what is selector. Basically, what I'm trying to say, when this starts to render, right? It starts to render this header component. It goes over here. It tries to render. It understands use state. It understands all the React part of code. But when it comes to this line, right? It understands this online state. It understands context and everything. But when it comes to use selector, it does not understand this use selector. Because this is a part of React Redux, isn't it? So basically that is why it fails. So what I'm trying to say, we will have to provide a Redux store to our header. Even if we are loading it in isolation, we have to provide this store to them, right? So now we will provide the store to our header, right? We will provide the store to our header. Just like we provided a store to whole application, right? Right now, remember, we provided the store to our application. Where is our app.js? Where is the provider? See this. We provided this provider to our app, right? Our whole app. We wrapped our whole app inside provider. Similarly, right now, I will just do the same for my header component. I will add a provider here. right? And that provider will come from where? That provider will come from my React Redux. This provider will come from my React Redux, and I will wrap my component inside my provider, and this provider will take a store, right? And this provider will take a store, and this store will come from my app store. You are absolutely right, my dear friends. Remember, in utils we had this app store, right? In utils we had this app store. So let's get my app store from there, right? I can get my app store from my util/app store. Got it? So now we have our header wrapped into provider, right? Now let us try to run our test case. Will it work? Will it work? We have provided the store now. Will it work? Let us run this, and let me tell you, it won't work again. It will not work. It failed again, right? See this. But it failed for another reason. This time it failed for another reason. Now it says that, where is that? Yes, here. It says that the above error occurred in link component, right? Remember, we used a link component. If you go to header.js, we used a link component, right? We use this link component. Now this link, is this link React? Is this link React? No, my dear friends. This is not React. This is not JSX. This is not JavaScript. What is this link? This link is coming from React Router DOM. Remember, right? This link is coming from React Router DOM. So basically, we will also have to provide the context of React Router DOM to our application, right? To this header, right? To this render. So basically, somehow, link should be able to access inside it, right? So basically, if we have to see this, right? So basically, it says that it does not understand this link component, right? So for this, we will have to provide it with a router, right? It is happening because it does not have a router right now. So we will provide a router to this header. And what router will be provided? Remember, how did we create a router? We created a browser router. Remember, there was create browser router. If you don't remember, go to that lesson, Exploring the World, where I talked about React Router DOM, where I talked about how to explore the world, where I talked about fetching data from outside of our React application. Remember? So similarly, we will use that browser router and provide this with browser router. So basically, I will import a browser router, right? This browser router from my React Router DOM, and I will give my application this browser router, right? So once I give my browser router over here, so my application will understand my link component now, right? My application will understand my link component now. Got it? So now let me just test it once again. Now, my dear friends, tell me once again, will this run? If I run my test again, will this run? Will this run or not? Yes, this time it will run. Let me hit enter and let me see. It says passed, right? Everything passed because we are not asserting something. We are just rendered, right? So basically it kind of rendered successfully. Right? Okay, it rendered without error, right? It just rendered without error. Now, it is giving us console log also. So it is giving us console log from header.js 18. Where is header.js 18? Header.js 18. Let me remove this console log. It is giving me unnecessary console log here, right? So basically, our header has been rendered. Now we will assert. So now we will find and then we will assert, right? So now what is our test case? It should render, it should load header, or maybe render header, right? Let's call it as render, right? That looks like a apt word. It should render header component with a login button. Now we will find out whatever has been rendered, does it have a login button or not, right? So basically I want to find out whether there is a button or not, right? Let's call this as login button instead, right? Login button. Cool. So we have a login button. Now we'll find out where in our screen, right? And where will I get my screen from? The screen will come from my testing library, right? The screen will come from my testing library. So I have my screen dot. How will I find my login button? Can you guess? Now you must be thinking there are multiple ways to get it, right? What are multiple ways? Let me show you all of them. Okay. I want to show you so that your understanding becomes better. Last time we used something known as get by role, right? Get by role. And what was the role? Button over here. Got it? So login button, get by button. Okay. So this is one way to find login button. Okay. Now what I'll do? Now I will do a assertion. Expect my login button dot to be in the document. This is what I wanted to exert. That header component should load with login button. Should render header component with login button. Right? Login button should be in the document. Can I write this? Right? Let me run this test case. It failed. Why did it fail? Let's see this. It failed because to be document is not a function. How will I get my to be document? Remember which library is exporting this? This library which we need to include is our import @testing library/JSTOM, right? Now it will work fine, right? Now if I will run my test again, it will work fine, right? See this, 6 out of 6 passed. All of them passed, right? So we get by role button and we got this login button and we find out and we asserted, we wrote an assertion, expect my login button to be in the document. This is one way to find login button. There is another way how we can find login button is, right? This is one way. Let me just comment this down. Let me show you another way to find login button, right? Constant login button is equals to screen dot, I can find out like this also, screen dot get by, why it is not showing me suggestions? Get by what? Get by text. Okay, I can just get by text also. What is the name of the text of this button? Login. You are absolutely right. I can get by text also. Wherever this login is the text, get me that element. And that element where the login will be text will be login button. If I will save this, if I will run this code, it should also work. See this, right? So you can find by text, you can find by role, but let me tell you, text is not a good way, role is a good way. If you can't find by role, then find by text, right? This is a good way to find, right? It clearly tells you there is button. Suppose if there were multiple buttons, right? Suppose if there were multiple buttons, right? There was a login button, there was a add to cart button, there was a XYZ button. Suppose there were multiple and I want to specifically find out login button. Then you can write get by role button and I can pass in extra parameters also, right? And I can pass in name is login. Got it? So basically I can write it even more descriptive. So if there were multiple buttons on the screen, but I want specifically the button which has name as login, right? Which has a name login, then only get me, right? So it will just run test and it will pass. Do you understand this? Do you understand this? Amazing, right? So you can find it like this also. Got it? So this is how I want to assert this header component, right? Let us write one more test case. Let us find out whether this cart items are there or not, right? So I can write another test case. Let me just copy this test case and let me write should render header component with cart items 0. Right? Cart items 0. How will I find out? I will first of all render my header. It will be same. Now I am trying to find out my cart item. Right? Cart items and screen dot. Now what is a good way to find this? Can I find by role? Right? Should I find by role? I don't think role is a good idea. I want to find out by text. Let's find out by text, right? If the text is cart, right, hyphen, what is that? Items, 0 items. Make sure you are writing it properly, right? Make sure this string is proper. Otherwise it will not match, right? So if my cart items is this, let me find if my cart item should be in the document. To be in the document. Let me remove this, right? So let me just go back, run this test. Right? So this passed, right? Total 7 tests, it passed. If I misspelled it, right? If I will misspell it, suppose if I misspelled it, right? Suppose if I did 1 items, right? So my run test will fail. See this, it failed, right? And it will also show you whenever it fails, it will also show you what was rendered, right? See this, whenever your test fails, it will also show you what rendered on the screen. See this, it was rendered like this. It is showing you the HTML. Amazing, isn't it? So basically it says that it did not find this cart 1 item. Cart 1 items. Right? So you can use it like this. If you do run test, now it will pass. But what if I just wanted to check whether my cart is there or not? Whether my cart is there or not. Basically my cart item is there or not, right? Irrespective of it is 1, 2, 0, right? Suppose if it is 1, because it will only match if it is 0, right? So how can I be flexible? So I can just use what I'm trying to show is I can also use a regex inside it, right? So for such cases, we can also use a regex. So you can write a regex, and in regex, you don't need to write an exact string. You don't need to write an exact string. If you will just write cart, it will match cart, right? And it will just, if you'll save it, if you will run test, it will just pass. Got it? So what am I trying to show you with this test case is that you can also pass in regex over here when you are using text. Got it? You can use regex as well. Amazing. So I showed you how you can use regex, how you can find cart, and I showed you also whether it loads with a login button or not. Now let us try to test one more feature. Remember, if I click on this login button, it changes to logout. See this. If I click on this login button, it changes to logout. If I click on this logout button, it changes to login. How will I test this function? If I click on this button, it changes to logout. If I click on this button, if I changes to login back again. Let us test this behavior. Let us test this behavior. Amazing, right? Let me copy paste, right? Because we keep on. Now you must be thinking that Akshay, why are we writing this redundant again and again? This is how you write test cases. Every test case has an isolated test case, right? Isolated render, isolated fetch, isolated expect. This is how you write test cases, okay? Don't worry, you are repeating things up, but that's how you do it, right? This is how you write test cases. So this is one test case. So one test case is, now if I click on this login button, it should change to logout, right? Should change login button to logout on click. Got it? It should change login button to logout on click. Amazing, right? How will you test this? Okay, how will you test this? Let's see how to write this. First of all, I have rendered my header. That is, this is, you have to do it, right? Anyways, I have rendered my header. Now I have found out my login button. Now how will I simulate that click event? How will I basically simulate that click event, right? How can I click a button from code? Yes, you can. Let me just show you how can I click that button. Right? How can I click that button? I can use something known as fire event, right? There is something known as fire event, and this fire event it is imported from my testing library React. Just like we imported render, we imported screen, similarly we import fire, right? So this is for firing an event, right? Basically firing an event. Now if you do a dot, it shows you what event to fire, right? These are the event I can fire, right? So I want to fire a click event right now. So I will do a fire event dot click, right? Fire event dot click. And where should I click? I want to click my login button, right? I want to click my login button. Got it? So suppose if I do a fire event dot click, I clicked my login button. Now it will change my login button to logout button, right? So now I will try to find out my logout button in the app, right? If there is a logout button in the app, logout button, screen.getByText logout. Okay, let's not use get by text. Let's use this get by role, right? So just like I found out my login button, now I can find my logout button, right? So logout button, and now login button is this, logout button is this. So first of all, what I did, I rendered the component. I clicked fire event login button. I clicked on it. Then logout button is get by role button logout. Now I would expect my logout button to be in the document, right? Logout button to be in the document, right? Let me just run this. Let's see if it passed, and it passed. All the test cases passed. Amazing, right? So this is how you do it. So what I wanted to teach you by this test case is that you can fire the click event like this, and you can write the click event, and then you can expect something into the document, and this is how you test the login logout button feature, right? So we have built this feature into our app. We have tested this feature properly. Now let's move on to another testing, right? We did the unit testing of this header component. Now let's move on to testing something else, right? This is what I wanted to teach you, right? Hope you would have liked it, right? You would have liked how we fired the event, right? Let's take a quick break, practice this login logout button, write test cases for header, and we'll come back very soon. And then we will actually write test cases for our restaurant card, right? For our restaurant card component, okay? We will pass in data. We will see how we can test props and all, right? So we will see that all that amazing stuff, okay? So see you very soon. Welcome back, my dear friends. Now we are going to see how we can write test cases for our restaurant card component, okay? So there is a unique thing about restaurant card component. Let me close all of them, right? So there is a unique thing about restaurant card component is that it receives props, right? Right now, whatever we were testing, right? This header component, it did not had any props, right? So now I will show you how we can pass props inside a component, right? How we can pass props inside a component. Got it? And test it, right? And do a unit testing of it. Okay, so now we will write the test cases for restaurant card component. So let us create another test file. Let's call it as res card, or you can write it full, right? Restaurant card dot test dot js. Got it? So now I will write my first test case, and it will be, it should render restaurant card component with data, okay, with props data, okay, whatever props data we pass in. Now we will have my callback function, and then what I'll do, first of all, I'll render my component inside it. This render comes from my testing library. What component do I want to render? Restaurant card component I want to render. Now it takes a props, right? What prop does it take? It takes props as res data, Okay, so what do you mean by props, right? What is being passed inside this restaurant card? So if you'll see the body component, in the body component we had restaurant card, right? Where we use? Yes. So here we are passing this rest data. This rest data is basically restaurant info, right? This rest data is restaurant.info. So now whenever we are writing test, here we will have to pass in the rest data to it. Okay, so how will we pass rest data? This is what I wanted to show you, right? And then we will assert something. So this rest data, suppose if I want to pass in rest data, I will kind of create mock data for it, right? Now I will show you the concept of mock data, right? So what is the mock data? First of all, let's get that mock data, right? Let's get that mock data. So whenever a restaurant is loaded, right, let us see what goes inside this rest data, right? Let me do a console log rest data here, right? So if I do a console log rest data, if I refresh my page, oh my god, it's not loading. Why it's not? Oh, it's not running. npm run start. Cool. So now if I refresh my page, our component is loaded. Oh my god, this is my rest data. Cool. So this is one component data. Okay, so I want to basically get this data and pass inside my component. Okay, so this is not a good way to find it. Just give me a moment. So I want to copy this data basically. How do I copy this data? Can I copy this data somehow? Can I copy this? Yes, copy object, right? Right click, copy object. Cool. So if I copy this object, now I want to pass this object as my rest data over here. So I will create mocks, right? So I will have to create mocks, mock data. So how do we create mock data is, keep it separate, right? Create a new folder. Let me call this as mocks, right? I created mocks. So this mock will have mock data, right? So let's call this as res card mock dot json. Okay, res card mock dot json. Okay, so I have copy pasted this data. So this data basically is of Leon's Burgers and Wings, right? This is Leon Burgers and Wings. So basically I am trying to create this card now, right? So I have hard coded my data over here. Why it is giving nan for 2? For some reason it has broken, right? For some reason this has broken. I am not fixing this. Homework for you, please fix this, right? This nan is breaking down, right? So this should come from this data somewhere, right? Anyways, right? So we have this data. Now let me, so basically now my rest data should contain this mock data. How will I get this mock data, right? How will I get this mock data over here? I will import it. I will import my mock underscore data from my dot slash mocks slash my res mock data dot json. Got it? So I have got my mock data here and I will pass my mock data inside this. Got it? So I will pass my mock data inside this. Understood? So this is how you pass the mock data inside a card component. So now in my restaurant card, when this props will be passed, so this res data will be filled, right? This res data will be filled. Okay, so now I have removed the console log from here. That was just for logging purposes. So when I render this component, now I want to query something. How will I check whether that data was successfully, that card was successfully rendered or not? So how will I check whether this card was successfully loaded or not? So how can I check this? Let me find this name of the restaurant there or not, right? Let me find the name of this restaurant to be present inside my card, whatever is rendered on my screen, right? So we have a screen here, right? So this screen, right, which comes from my React testing library, skin.getByText, right? I will check if my get by text and if this is present in my text or not, right? If Leon Burgers and Wings is present in my text or not, right? So first of all, I'll find out whether this name of the restaurant here, now I would expect the name to be equal to, you can write, see, to be equal to Leon's Burger or to be in the document. Got it? So if this name is there in the document, right, and to be in the document, if I have to use this to be in the document, I will have to import what? @testing library /JSDOM, right? So now if I save this, I found my name, right? We will see if this name is there or not, right? To be in the document, and let me just run this test case. Let's see if it works or not. Cool. 10 test case, 10 passed. What if I tried to find out something else, right? Let me fail this test case, right? Let me try to find out ABC, right? If I try to find out my ABC, it will fail, right? It failed. And when it will fail, it will also show you what actually came in, right? So if you will say, see, it could not find ABC. See this, it could not find text ABC. And it will also show you what actually rendered. If you will see clearly, it rendered your restaurant card, right? See, it rendered Leon's Burger, Grills and Wings. It rendered with the styles. It rendered all these cuisines. It rendered 4.3 star. It even rendered Nan for 2. It rendered minutes. It rendered all of this, whatever is here, right? Oh, there is a problem, right? It is also not showing number of minutes over here. Some issues with Swiggy APIs, right? So, Swiggy APIs keep on bugging here and there. See, the beauty of using live APIs is we get to work with real live data, but a con, right? But a bad part of working with live APIs is if Swiggy changes their API, we have to update our code. Okay. So please update your code. Try to figure out why this nan and this minutes is not coming here. But what I'm trying to say is that we have successfully rendered our component with mock data. This is how we rendered it. And you can find whether my Leon's Burgers and Wings exist over here or not. Right? Whether my Leon Burgers and Wings exist here or not. Whether this name is in the document or not. Got it? So this is how you pass in mock data. This is what I wanted to show you with this restaurant card example. And this was unit testing of restaurant card, whether it's loaded or not loaded. Got it? So this is what I wanted to show you up. Got it? Okay. So I have a homework for you. A homework for you is, with this restaurant card, we also had something known as with promoted label, right? With promoted label. Can you solve this? Can you write a test case for this? Testing with promoted label, right? You have to write a test case. I am just leaving it blank, right? I am just leaving it as homework as blank, right? This homework is to write a test case. It should render restaurant card component with promoted label. Got it? So you have to basically load your promoted label, right? It should render restaurant card component with promoted label. Okay, you have to test this, and you have to basically test this higher order component. Okay, so basically this is your homework. Test higher order component with promoted label here. Got it? So basically you have to render this with promoted label, right? Basically you have to do something like this. I'll show you, right? You have to write this, right? You have to write this with promoted label. Okay, like this I will write the whole test case. I am not giving you hints also. Please do it yourself, okay? This much only I can help, right? Try to find out how we can test this, but trust me, this is very easy. Got it? So try to complete this test case. This is your homework. Okay? This is your homework. I will push this code. Got it? So this is how you test this. 2 test cases for this. It's enough. Right? So this was about unit testing. We have seen a lot of unit testing now. Should we move to integration testing or not? We have seen a lot of unit testing. First of all, we unit tested our sum component. Remember the sum, right? It's not even a component. It was a normal sum function. We tested our sum function. Then we wrote test cases for our contact, right? Contact us page. Then we wrote test cases for header. Then we wrote test cases for restaurant card. And what all we were doing, we were just testing one component in isolation. And that was our unit testing. Unit testing means you're testing just one unit. You're testing one component. Now we will write integration testing. We will write the integration testing of a feature, of a flow, where multiple components come into picture. Right? We will write test cases for that. Let's take a short break and then we'll come back. We'll write integration tests. Okay? Hope you are enjoying it. Please stay tuned. This is the last portion, right? Last portion of this section. And then amazing thing, right? So we will just see it. Let's come back after a short break. Welcome back, my dear friends. And now we are done with our unit testing. I have shown you enough of unit testing now. Now we will move on to seeing how to write integration testing, how to do integration testing, how to write test cases for much more elaborated features. Okay, how we will test the conjunction of multiple components, integration of multiple components. Okay, we will write more advanced test cases now, right? And now you will see amazing things, right? We are moving on to advanced test cases now, right? So stay tuned and keep watching with focus. Okay, keep taking down notes. We are going to do amazing stuff now. Cool. So let's just get started. So now we are going to test an important flow inside our application. That is the search flow. Okay, let's try to render our page, and then what we will do, we will try to search for something inside this input box. When I click on pizza, it should filter out something, right? We will simulate everything, right? We will simulate everything over here, right? So suppose in our application, as soon as my component loads, right? Let me just describe it once again, what we are going to write test case for. As soon as my application is loaded, as soon as my body loads, it renders 20 cards, right? Do you see 20 cards over here? 6 cards over here, 6, 6, 12, 18 and 220. 20 cards. And now, suppose if I write burger over here, right? Suppose if I write burger over here and click on search, we get 4 cards, right? So this is the feature that we are going to test now, right? We are going to test this feature of search, right? So let's see how we can do. And when we will build this feature of actually searching, modifying the input value, clicking on that search button, and then the list of restaurant changes, all this requires a lot of components to work together. So this is known as, when multiple components work together, this is known as integration testing. Okay, so let's try to write code for this. Let me go back to the code. Let me create a new file. Let's call that as what? Let's call that as search, right? Search.test.js, right? I'm testing the search feature, so I've just named it as search. Now, over here in this search test, I will render my body component, right? let me render my full body component, and this body component will have everything, right? This body component will have input boxes, this body component will have restaurant card, promoted cards, everything, right? Link, it has everything inside it, right? So let us write test cases. Let us try to render basically body component. Okay. And then one more important thing is there in the body component, which is making an API call. Remember, there is something known as fetch, which was there. It was going to the network. It was making an API call, getting the data. I will tell you that how we can write test cases to fetch the data, how we can write the test cases to handle this type of scenario, right? Where we have async operations. We have a async operation, right? So there is a different way how we handle this async thing, right? So let me just show it to you how we can do that. Listen to me very carefully. Okay, let me close this all. Let me close my REST card mock. Let me close my REST card mock. I am here in my search test.js. First of all, let's try to slowly write this test case. Let's try to render this body.js, right? How will I render this body.js? First of all, let me write it, right? It should, right? Render the body component. Right? First of all, let us just render the body component and let's see if that search button comes or not, right? With search button. Okay. Let's just write a simple test case where I am just rendering my body component and checking whether the search button is there or not, right? That's all I am testing. Then we will slowly write the integration tests, right? So now let me just render my body component, right? And now, because this body component, right? Let me just render it first, right? Then I will tell you important thing, right? So how do I render my body component? Let's have a render method, right? Let me render it. Render method. This render method comes from testing library. This render method has a body component here, right? Capital BODY body component, which is coming from /body. Now, if I try to render this, it will fail, right? npm run test, it will fail. Why it will fail? It says that fetch is not defined. Why it is saying that fetch is not defined? I'll tell you. When we write React components, listen to me very carefully about this small thing, right? Many people, many developers don't understand this. I am trying to tell you the behind the scenes of what happens, right? When you test this body component, right? When we write this render, right? This is rendering this body component, but it's not rendering it on the browser. It's rendering it on JS DOM, which is browser-like. It does not have all the superpowers of browser. And if you know from Namaste JavaScript, right? This fetch is a superpower of browser, my dear friends. This fetch, I am able to write fetch over here because this is inside the browser. This superpower is given to us by browsers. It's not there in JavaScript. It's not a native function. It's given to us by browsers. Right? It's not a part of JavaScript. A lot of people feel that it's JavaScript. It is kind of written, it's kind of like an API inside JavaScript, but this fetch is not inside core of JavaScript. This is given to us by a browser. Right? And over here in my testing, when we render this body component, this is being rendered inside JS DOM, which is a browser-like thing. It's not a browser. So it cannot understand what is fetch. Jest does not understand fetch, right? So what we'll have to do, we will have to fake this. We will have to write a mock function for this fetch. Just like we had mock data, right? We had mock data. We can write mock function for our fetch, right? Mock fetch function. I can write mock fetch function. Let me write a mock and let me write a mock fetch function, right? So I am not creating it inside the mocks, right? Let me create a mock function here only, right? So what I'll do is I'll replace my global.fetch. So basically this global is a global object wherever this is being rendered, right? So it will replace that fetch function because it did not find this fetch function, right? There was no fetch. So I am now defining my own dummy function, right? This fetch function. And how will I get my fetch function? I can do a jest.fn, right? This will give me a mock fetch function. This function basically takes a callback function. And now here I will mock exactly like how my fetch function works. How does my fetch function works? Right? We will have to mock this fetch function. So how my fetch function works over here? Right? So my fetch function, what does this fetch function returns? Fetch function returns to us a promise, right? So I will also have to return a promise for this, right? Because I want to make it exactly similar, identical to my fetch function, right? I am trying to mock this function. Right? Exactly similar to how my fetch function works, original fetch function works, right? So I am trying to do promise.resolve, right? Promise.resolve. Now it resolves, right? Now it resolves it what? This fetch function resolves with a JSON, right? It resolves with a JSON, isn't it? And what happens? This JSON is again a function that returns, right? This is again a function that returns a promise.resolve. And this promise.resolve actually has data, right? This promise.resolve actually has data over here, which is there in API. Let me repeat it once again. Basically, I am trying to make this fetch function, this dummy fetch function, exactly like my fetch function. For that, this is confusing to a lot of people. They just copy paste. I bet a lot of you over here who is watching this video would have used something like this, but don't know how it works. You just copy paste and write this. I'm telling you how it works. Why we write it like this? We are trying to make this fetch function exactly similar to fetch function that our browser gives us. And if you know, this fetch function returns us a promise, right? And that promise returns us a JSON, right? And we convert this to a JSON and then it returns us a promise once again. And when we resolve that promise, then we actually get the data. Right? Then we actually get the data inside the JSON, right? So basically we'll resolve the promise once and then we made this JSON, and this JSON will have a function which will again return the promise. Got it? Do you understand this? Hope you would have understood this. If you don't, then try to read it once again. We are basically trying to make it exactly similar to how the fetch function works. And here is the data that this will return. So in my body component, if you'll see, right, to render my body component, what data do we need over here? See, what I'm trying to say is this test, right, this cannot make a network call. We don't make an actual network call from our test. We don't make an actual network call. We cannot make an actual network call because this test cases does not run on a browser or something which has capabilities to talk to the world. No, it cannot make an API call. It is running on a JS DOM, which is like a browser-like environment, right? So when you're running on there, you can't make an actual API call. And you might not even, this test cases will work even if you disconnect from your Wi-Fi. right? You don't need internet, you don't need browser to run your test cases. The test cases run solely, right, using JS DOM. So what happens is, while you are writing these test cases, that is why we use this mock fetch function, and that is why we will use mock data, right? So now we will use over here our mock data, right? And what will be this mock data? This mock data will be actually what we get from this API, right? We get this data from the API. I am exactly trying to mock this API, right? Let me just copy this data, right? Right click and copy, and let me go back and let me create another mock data. Let me keep my mock data over here in my mocks folder. Let me call this data as mock restaurant. Let me just write it mock restaurant list, right? Mock restaurant list data dot JSON. Okay, you can use a better word over here, right? I am just writing this. Okay, so we have got this whole huge data, right? Whatever data this API returns, I am just exactly putting this data over here, right? And I am just exactly trying to mock that fetch function, right? Where is my search.txt? And I am just passing this mock data, and this mock data will come from my dot mocks slash my mock res, right? Mock res list. Why it is not auto populating? Have we, is the path correct? Dot slash mocks slash mock res list data dot JSON. Cool. So we have got this mock data and we have our fetch over here. So now let me just try to run my test once again. And I am fed up of running this test again and again, right? It failed again, but I have to again and again run this test, right? So I can get rid of this also, right? We have to again and again run this test. What if there was kind of like a, see, we run this server once again. If I change something in file, our npm start has a HMR. Remember, our parcel has a HMR, remember? Hot module reloading, right? Hot module replacement, sorry. And it automatically refreshes, right? Whatever happens, whatever change I make over here in my code, it automatically get refreshed on the browser, right? Parcel is doing that. I can do a similar thing inside my test also, right? So that I don't have to run this command again and again, npm run test. So for that, let's try to make that config. For that, go to package.json, and just like we have this test command, right? Just create another test command, and let's call this as watch test, right? This is very helpful. Please create that. Let's call this as watch test. And now this will run a command which is known as watch --- watch. Just --- watch. Basically, this command just --- watch will basically run your test cases, and it won't stop it, right? See, it will run your test case. Okay, sorry. npm run watch test. Okay, if you will write npm run watch test, it will run your test and it will keep running it, right? As soon as I change, if I make any change in my code over here, if I save it, it will automatically run the test cases once again. Helpful, isn't it? Write it down as a note in your notebook. I am tired of speaking. Oh my god, I'm not able to speak it up, right? I have been speaking since 4 hours. Anyways, so what I'm trying to say is, anyways, I want to continue this, right? I want to finish this. So what I'm trying to say is, you can use watch test, and now it will not, whatever change I make, I save my file, it will rerun our test cases, right? So it is failing. Let us see why it fails now. Is it failing because of fetch? Right? It is not failing because of fetch. Why it is failing now? It is failing because cannot find module mock Okay, it is not able to find this, right? This path is incorrect. Why it is incorrect? Import mock data from my dot dot slash. Okay, I think dot dot slash mocks, right? I have written this path wrong, right? Cool. So now it passed. No, it did not pass. Okay, yes, it passed, but it is throwing an error. It passed because we are not expecting anything, right? That is why it is showing you passed. But if you'll see, we have got this error, right? And just see this warning once, right? We have not even got an error, we have got a warning, right? This warning says that whenever you have an async operation, right? Whenever you are doing some state updates, we are doing state updates inside this body.js, right? Whenever you have this async operation, whenever you are doing a state update, we are doing a state update, right? We have this use state over here and we are doing this state update inside React. So you have to wrap your component inside act function, right? If you will wrap your component inside act, it will work properly. So what I'm trying to say is, whenever you are using a fetch, whenever you are using a state updates, so wrap your render method into a act function, right? What is this act function? So this act function is basically, this act function comes from your React DOM / test utils. Okay, this act function, note down as a note, right? Note it down in your notebook. This act function basically comes from React DOM / test utils. Now, how to use this act function? First of all, we'll have to await this act function, right? We have to await this act function. Act function returns a promise, right? And when we await this, you have to make this async, right? You have to write your test case callback as async, right? Now, when you will write await act, this act function takes another function, which is again a async function, right? Again a async function, right? And this function basically renders, right? This function basically renders your code. Okay, so is it confusing? Is it confusing? I have written my global fetch. Let me close this. Shall I show it to you once again? How do you write this act? Let me just show it to you once again, right? So first of all, act returns a promise. So I'll have to await for act, and this act is a function which takes a callback function. This is again a async function, right? And this async function returns your render, and this render will basically render your body component. Render will basically render your body component. Now we see test case failed. Why we are seeing this test case failed? It is saying that it cannot find what is link component. We already know how to resolve this. I will have to wrap up my body component inside my browser router, right? Let's give a browser router to my body component, right? Browser router, and I'll wrap it inside my browser router, right? Now it passed. Now my test case passed successfully. Now my test case is passed successfully. Got it? Amazing. We have passed my test case successfully. So we have rendered our body. We are getting the data. It is rendering properly, right? Now we will assert things up, right? So we will see whether my search button is there or not, right? Let us try to find out search button. Constant search btn is equals to screen, right? Screen, which comes from our testing library, screen dot get by role. Let's get by role, and let's try to find out get by role, which is button, and try to find out the button which has the name of search upon it. So we will get the search button like this. Let us see if we have got the search button or not, right? Should I do a console log of search button? Let's do it. And let's also expect, right? Expect search button to be in the document. To be in the document. Got it? And to use to be in the document, I will have to import my jest DOM, right? Import my testing library @testing library / jest DOM, right? So my test case passed successfully. And let me see a console log. What is our search button? We have got this search button, right? We have got this HTML search button. Got it? We have got this search button over here. Amazing stuff, isn't it? So we have got this search button. Now we have rendered our body component properly. We have got our search button. Now let's try to write something inside input box and then click on this search button, right? How do I write something inside input box? Listen to me very carefully. How do we do that? So writing something inside input box is an event in itself, right? Just like we have a click event, this input box has a on change event, right? We write on change event, isn't it? When you type something inside input box, there is a on change event which is being triggered, right? On change event. So we will have to trigger that on change event. We will have to trigger that on change event to update our input box, right? So let us try to update our input box. First of all, let me get my input box here, right? Input box, right? Input, search input. Let's call it as search input. How will I get my search input? I want to get my search input from the screen. Now I will get my search input dot get. Now how will I get my search input? Right? I don't have a placeholder there. Do I have a placeholder? I don't have any placeholder. Otherwise I would have got from the placeholder text. So suppose if you don't have anything, right? So there is, suppose I don't want to get by role. I don't want to get by a placeholder. I don't want to get by anything. So one more cool thing I want to tell you is that React, this just gives us access to something known as get by test ID. Let me show you how to use this test ID. Now I can get my search input using my test ID. Suppose if you are not getting, see, suppose if get by role is not working, right? You can't figure out how to get my input box by role. You don't know how to get my input box by placeholder. You don't know how to get my input box by label. But at the end of the day, get by test ID always works. So what you have to do is go back to actually where the input box is. Where is my input box actually? It's in my body.js, right? Body component. Where is my input box which I want to find? My input box, where is it? My input box is here, right? This is my input box, right? This is my input box. Now I want to get this input box in my text file. So what I can do is I can give it a test ID. How do you give it a test ID? You can do data-test ID. Remember this test ID has I small, right? Some people mistake it by capital ID. No, this is data.test ID. This is exactly like this, and just will read it, right? So whatever you will pass in test ID, let's call it as search input, right? Search input. So now whenever you give this test ID, now you can find by test ID in your test file, right? This is another way to find. This is another way to find something inside your screen, right? This JS DOM. So now I will get my search input. Can I console log and see whether I got it or not, right? Or am I just mistaken? If I console log and if I see over here, where is it? This is an HTML input element, right? This is an HTML input element. It is exactly right. We have got this search input. Now I have my search input with me. Now I want to type something inside it. I want to change the value of it. How will I change the value of it? I will have to trigger a fire event dot change, right? And if you want to see what all events you can change, just do a dot and it will show you all the event that you can do, right? Apply, call, bind, and then it will say change, click, can play, composition, cut, copy, drag, double click. It can even do a click. It can even do a double click on an element. Amazing, right? Right? So what I am doing is I am interested in this change event, right? When you want to change, now what you want to change? It takes search input. I want to change my search input, and then I will pass in an object over here, and this object is basically simulating what we get here, this function, right? What we get inside this event. This object is basically simulating what we get inside this E. Understood? See, this E again is what? This E is where is this E coming from? You know why I am diving deep into these small things? Because nobody will tell you all this. I want to make your foundations very, very small. I want to tell you what happens behind the scenes inside when you are testing, when you are writing React code. This E is given to us by a browser, right? This E.target.value is given to us by a browser. Here I don't have a browser. Here I am faking a lot of things, right? So I want to trigger the change event, but this time I want to give this E as target, right? Let me make that E event, right? Target, and this target is again has a value, and that value is what I want to type inside that input. I want to type inside that input what? Burger. Okay, just like I added burger over here, BURGER, right? I added burger. Similar thing will happen if I will fire this change event. Okay, now this is like I have added burger into my input box. I have added this. Now I want to click this search. Right? Now, how will I click this search? Fire event dot click my search btn. Can I do this? I can click my search button. Right? Now, once I click this search button, what should I expect now? What should I expect? What should I expect here? When I click my search button, I should expect 4 cards to be loaded. Right? Here I want to assert what? I want to assert screen should load 4 cards. Got it? Screen should load 4 cards. How will I find that? How will I find my restaurant cards? How will I find my restaurant cards? Right? So, to find my restaurant cards, you cannot see restaurant card is what? At the end of the day, restaurant card in the HTML is what? Right? If you'll go to the inspect element, restaurant card is a div, right? This one restaurant is a div, right? If you will see, this is one div, right? If you'll go to restaurant card over here, here is a restaurant card, right? This restaurant card is basically nothing but a div. How will I find this inside my test? For components like this, if you want to find how many restaurant card, I can give it a test ID, right? I can give it a data-test ID, and I can give the test ID as my res card. Got it? When I will give this data-test ID to my res card, right? And let me just show it to you. If I refresh my page, right? And if I right click and inspect element, right? If I do a inspect, so you will see that for each restaurant you will get a data.test ID of res card, right? Let us see for another one also, right? Here also we have data.test ID rest card, right? Basically all these cards will have my data-test ID res card, right? And now in my test case, I can do a screen dot get all by. Now you understood, I have to write get all by test ID. Get all by test ID. All the elements which have a test ID of res card, give me all the elements. Give me all the elements. Right? This will give me constant cards is equals to get me all the elements. Right? Get me all the elements which have res card. Now I can expect my cards.length to be, how many cards should be there? It should have 4 cards. Right? It should have 4 cards. Right? On our page, if I write burger and if I click on search, it should have 4 cards. Leon Burger, Burger King, Indiana Burger, Louis Burger. Right? So now, if I run my test case, it passed. Did it do all that thing? Now you must be thinking, it looks like a magic, right? Did it work or did it not work, right? Did it even render anything or not? How can I check it? Let me just try to fail it, right? See, why it is working for me in the one go is because I have been writing test cases since a long time. But let me tell you, when you will do the same thing, right? You will encounter a lot of bugs. You will get stuck into a lot of places. You will get a lot of test failures. You will get stuck into a lot of things. I have been doing this a lot of times, right? I have been teaching React. I have been teaching how to test. So I am just good at it, right? I would say. That is why I am able to do it in one go. But I'm telling you, you will have to have patience when you are doing this in your own. Right? When you will be writing test case for you, it will not be as easy as it looks like this, right? It can be tough. It can be frustrating. A lot of people hate to write test cases, but I'm just showing you, right, how to do that. So let me fail my test case. I have added 5 over here. And let us just see. If I write 5, it says that I have received 4, but you are expecting 5. Right? It has received 4, but I am expecting 5. So basically, here we have got 4. Now it works. Right? Let me also do one more thing, right? So before we clicked on this search button, right? Before I clicked on this search button, right? So let me refresh the page, right? Before I clicked on this search button on load, how many cards are there? 20 cards, right? So can I write one more expect statement, right? So suppose I have loaded, I have rendered my component. Here, can I expect my cards.length to be this cards.length to be 20, right? Initially my card.length to be 20, and then later on when I change my input box and when I click on the search button, then my card.length to be 4, right? Over here, how will I get my cards? So basically over here, let me just get my cards in another variable, right? Constant cards before click, right? Cards before search, okay? Cards before search. How will I find my cards before search? I am doing a screen dot get all by test ID and res card. And now basically see, if I render my component, see, let me remove all of this, right? Let me remove all of this code. Let me comment this, right? I have commented all this code. Now I have rendered my component. I have rendered my body component. Now I want to see how many res cards did I load, right? How many res cards did I load? So first of all, I will check whether there were 20 cards or not. See this. If I render this, 12 of 12 passed, right? There are 20 cards. If I do 21 over here, it will fail. It will say that I have received 20 cards. Got it? So I have received 20 cards over here. Right? Now, what I will do? I will just try to find my search button and search input. And now I am firing two events. I am changing my input box. I am clicking on the search button, right? What am I doing? 20 cards are here. I am changing this to burger, and I am clicking on the search button. And as soon as I click on the search button, right, I write burger over here, and I click on this search button, it gives me 4 cards, right? Exactly how I did this in the UI, I am trying to replicate the same thing using code, right? I am trying to replicate the same thing. Now I am changing my input box to burger, and I am clicking on this search button, and now my cards after search, right? Let me call it as after search, is to be 4, right? Now my cards after, okay, cards.length, let me write it down, cards after search.length, right? Cards after search.length to be 4. Exactly right? Amazing, isn't it? This is a foolproof test case for search feature, right? Oh my god, I should change the name of this test case also. Should render body component with search? No. Should search res list for burger input, right? Basically burger text input. Okay, write it a descriptive, right? Write it descriptive. Got it? So this is how you test this kind of a feature. Amazing. We have learnt a lot of things in this. We have learnt how to modify, how to mock our fetch function. We have learnt how to mock data and pass it on to fetch. How to basically fake an API call. We are kind of faking an API call, isn't it? We are trying to fake an API call. We are trying to fake a fetch request. Isn't it? Amazing thing, right? And then we also see that how we can fire event a change event. And we can change the input. We can change the input value. Clicking on the search button. Right? This was it. Now, let us test one more feature, right? Quickly. Can we test this top rated restaurant, right? Let's test this feature of top rated restaurant. What will happen in this top rated restaurant is, so initially there would be 20 cards. If I click on the top rated restaurant, there would be less cards. How many cards? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 and 6, 12 and 13. There should be 13 cards, right? So there should be 13 cards. Okay, shall we do it? Let's do it quickly, right? It will not take much time now. I am just copying, pasting it. I would advise you to always write it again, right? So now I am copying, pasting. Should filter top rated restaurant, restaurant, right? How will I filter my top rated restaurant? First of all, I will have to render my body component. I have rendered it. Now let me remove all of this, right? I have rendered it. Now I will find that button, right? I will find that button, click on it, and then see how many number of cards are here, right? So basically, first of all, let's see how many cards are there, right? Cards before filter, right? Cards before filter should be 20, right? There should be 20 cards before filter. Okay. First of all, let me just try to run this, right? And see if it works. See, 13 passed. So I rendered. Now 20 cards are here. Now I want to find my button, right? Top rated button, BTN, right? Is equals to screen dot get by role. I can find that button by role, and that role is button, right? Button, and the name of that button is top rated. What is the name of that button? Top rated restaurants, right? Let me just copy paste, or even just let me just write it down. Top rated restaurants, restaurant or restaurants? Top rated, is it restaurants? S is here, right? You have to be careful with this string, right? If you don't write the string properly, it will throw an error. Okay, it will not find the top rated restaurant. So I have got this button. Now I want to click this button. How will I do? Fire event.click. Easy. right? Top rated button, I have clicked it, and once I click this button, my number of restaurants should change to less, right? There are 13 now, right? So let me just find out my number of restaurants once again, right? Cards after filter. Cards after filter is screen dot get all by test ID res card, right? And now I want to assert, right? I want to write some expectations. Card after filter dot length, right? Filter dot length to be, that length should be 13, right? So if I write this, we have tested this successfully. This test case has been written successfully. Let me just try to fail it to show it to you, right? If I do 15, it will fail and it will show that, oh my god, we have rendered, we expected 15, but we have received 13, right? So basically I can write it like this. So basically this is how you test. This is how basically you do integration testing. We have tested two important features in our app. We have tested search feature. We have tested top rated restaurant. We have done a lot of amazing things, isn't it? We have done a lot of amazing things, my dear friends. Oh my god, I am tired. I am tired teaching. Not tired, man. I have a lot of energy. It's just my throat is tired. I am not tired. Let me drink some water. Let's take a break. I don't want to go, right? I have one more thing to cover, right? Let me cover that too. That's the last portion. I want to write one more integration test suite. Basically, right? Please stay over here. I want to go and have some water, take a break. You also take a break. Go have some water. Try to test this out. Search filter, search feature, top rated restaurant feature. Okay. Try to make this work. And then we will be back and we will write some more integration tests. And then we will end this session. Okay. Such a beautiful session. We are towards the end of completing Namaste React. Only few more episodes are left. I want to take this moment to teach as much as I can in testing, right? This is such a wonderful episode, right? So let's take a break and come back very soon, okay? Welcome back, my dear friends. We are back again. This is the last portion of our application, right? Of our testing app. I am a little tired. My throat is tired basically. But again, right? I want to finish this up. I want to complete this up, right? This episode is huge, long, but it is as informative as it can be. We have covered a lot of things. We are coming towards the last portion of our episode, right? Last part. Before talking about what feature I am going to test now, I want to tell you one more important thing, right? So, suppose if there is a describe, we had a describe block, right? We have a describe block and it has multiple tests. Now, suppose if you want to do something before every test just gives you access to an important function. This function is known as before all, right? This before all function. So this function, whatever you pass, this is a callback function. It takes a callback function. Whatever you pass inside callback function, right? It will log this before all. It will run this function before all the text, right? Before all the tests, right? Before it start. There is another function which is known as before each, right? Before each, right? So before each test, before each will run, right? So basically it gives you access to, jest and testing library gives you access to this before all and before each. If you want to do something before running all your test cases, you will do like this. We will do over here. If you will have to do something before each test case, you will do something like this before each test case. Got it? If I save it, I am just doing a console log. If you run this, just see the console logs, right? So before all was called, right? Before running all the test cases, right? So basically it's like before running all the test cases, just call this function once, right? Suppose if you want to run something, right? Suppose if you want to do some cleanup, suppose if you want to log something, suppose if you want to test something, you can do something over here, right? Before running any test case. And this happens before each. So it is helpful if we have to do some cleanup tasks, right? So this is very helpful if we have to do some cleanup tasks. Okay, this will run before each test case, right? See this, it has run how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4. It has run before each of these test cases, right? Got it? Now similarly we have after all, right? After all, right? If I write after all and after all, okay, so it will run after it has completed all the test, right? So before all was before it starts all the test. This is after it has completed all the tests. And similarly we have after each. Similarly we have after each, right? We have after each. So we have after each. This after each is called after each tests. Got it? So these are helper functions which we have, right? Which we have. And let me just show you all of them together, right? Suppose if we have before all, before each, after each, after all, right? All of these functions, right? So how will it called? Before all, before each, after each, right? See, before each will be called before each, after each will be called after each, right? See how the pattern will be. Before all, before each, after each, before each, after each, before each, after each, and at the end it is after all. Okay, so if you did not understand this, try this out yourself. I just wanted to show you, right, that you can do something like this, and this is what I wanted to show you, right? I mean, cool. So this is the function I wanted to show you. Very less use cases, but there are some use cases for this. If you see this written in your company's code or somewhere outside in some repository, you would know exactly what it is doing. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you by the help of this. Cool. So now let's move on to writing the last integration test, right? And what I am going to test is a very important feature in our application, which is an add to cart feature, right? So suppose if I open a restaurant, right? Suppose if I open Hotel Empire, right? Let's click on Hotel Empire. If I go to Hotel Empire, now I see there are 22 items. Suppose if I click on this add button, it updates my cart. What I'm trying to say is, listen to me very carefully. If I click on this add button, two things happen. One is my cart on the header updates, and one is my cart page updates, cart component updates, right? So I have to test this whole flow. How can I write integration test for it? I will write this very quickly, right? Please bear with me. I want to tell you, and we will end after this, right? We will end after this. Got it? So this is the last thing. I'm creating a new file. Let's write it as cart.test.js. Okay, I will create this. I will write test cases for our flow, right? Cart flow. Okay, so now again I am starting from start, right? So that you get better at it, right? And you know how I have got better at it? By writing everything from scratch. I'm not copying, pasting anything. I could have copy pasted import statement, it statement. No, I'm writing everything from scratch. It first of all should load restaurant menu component, right? So I am just rendering my restaurant menu component, right? I want to render my restaurant menu component, right? If I load this restaurant menu component, it should load, right? And do you know that when you load this restaurant menu component, there is a network call made, right? See this, there is a network call made. We will have to mock the data of this restaurant call. We'll have to mock that fetch once again. Okay. So we have to load our restaurant menu component, right? So let's do that. And this should be an async function. Remember? Async, ASYNC, async function. Because we are going to do async stuff here. Now, over here, I forgot to put comma over here, comma, right? Now I will have to use my act, right? Remember, I will have to use my act. This act will come from my test utils, right? This act will come from my test utils. This act takes a async function once again, ASYNC, async function. This async function returns a render, and this render basically renders our restaurant menu component. This render function basically restaurant menu. Where is my restaurant menu? Restaurant menu component. Restaurant menu, right? And this restaurant menu will come from import my restaurant menu. Am I misspelling it? Let me just copy paste the name of this. Right? I want to be careful with the name. Where is my card.test.js? Restaurant menu, right? Restaurant menu component and restaurant menu JS. Okay. So I want to import my restaurant menu from my dot slash restaurant menu.js, right? Or restaurant menu. Cool. So I have got my restaurant menu over here, but it will fail because it will need browser router, it will need fetch, it will need browser router, and this restaurant menu, right? So first of all, let us resolve fetch, right? How do I write my fetch? I'm writing it once again. Fetch global.fetch is equals to jest.fn. When you will write jest.fn, right, it gives you a mock function, right? This mock function basically takes a callback function, takes a dummy callback function, and this function should be exactly similar to fetch, and fetch returns a promise. That is why we do promise.resolve, and promise.resolve will return a JSON, right? We convert that to JSON, and then we return a promise.resolve once again, promise.resolve, and this time we resolve with our mock underscore data. So you can write anything over here, right? This is just a dummy name which I use, mock underscore data, right? Because it's easier to use, right? So basically this JSON is a function that returns, right? So JSON is a function that returns, and I don't need to write a return. If I can directly return it like this, or else I can create this and then return my promise, right? I can write it like this. Okay, I can write it like this, or else, right? I can write it like this, or else I can remove this curly parenthesis to make it clean and remove this return also, right? So I am removing this return. This looks more cleaner, and maybe I can remove this return also, right? I can remove this return, and I can remove these curly parentheses also, right? So now it will be much more better, right? This is much more better, right? And I want to remove this. Cool. So this just.fn returns a promise.resolve. So whatever, if you like returns, just use return, otherwise write it like this. So here is my fetch. Now it is mock data, right? This mock data should come from, let's create a mock data, right? So this is a new API, right? So I want to use this API now. This is the new API, right? This is not the same API. So I want to create a mock API once again. So this is mock restaurant menu, mock res menu. Let's call this as mock rest menu.js. Right, this mock rest menu has this data of JSON. Okay, this is the data JSON. What happened? Data.j. Okay, I wrote JS. Write this extension as JSON. Right, when you will write JSON, it will accept JSON over here. Save the file. Go back to cart.test.js. Over here, import my mock data. Import mock underscore data from my dot slash mocks slash mock res menu.json. Got it? So this is mock data, and I am just using this mock data as a dummy name, right? You can write any name, mock data name, right? You can write basically literally any name over here, right? This mock data is basically, this is kind of like a default export here, right? This is a default export of this JSON. Understood? So here we have got mock data. Now this restaurant menu got mock data, and we have await also, right? We have got before all. First of all, let me get rid of these console logs also, right? This is ugly console logs. I don't like these console logs. Okay, so I don't like these console logs. Where are these console logs? Describe before all, after each, right? And let me just, cool, got it. So now I have got my cart.js restaurant menu. Now, okay, so now what I will do is, I have loaded my restaurant menu over here. Now I will see what I will have to do. I will have to click on this and open this, right? Right now I will not have an add button here, right? I will have to click on this, right? Click on this panel. So let me find this panel by using recommended, right? Can I find this recommended 21? So basically I'm trying to find my, so these are panels, right? This recommended 21 is one panel of the accordion. This is another panel. Okay, let's maybe write biryani, right? Instead of recommended, let's try to open. So see, when the page loads, right, all of these accordions are collapsed. When I click on biryani 5, it expands, right? So basically I want to expand my component. So first of all, I'll find biryani, right? Find my panel, constant accordion header, not even accordion header. My accordion header is screen dot get by get by text, right? Let's get by text, and that text is biryani 5. Let's see if I can get this by text, right? So it failed. Screen dot get by text. Okay, I need to import this screen, right? I want to import this screen. Now it got passed, right? So basically now I have got my biryani 5 over here. Now I want to click on this accordion header. So what I'll do is fire event dot click, right? Fire event dot click accordion header. I have fire event dot clicked. Now it says that fire event dot click. Okay, I think this I have misspelled it. Let me just write this up. Cool. So it says that as soon as I clicked the fire event, it throws an error and it says that could not find React Redux. See, I knew it will complain because it does not have a store, right? As soon as I clicked on this add button, it is trying to update the store. And we don't have a React Redux store. That is why it is giving us error. So I need to provide my component with the store, right? So let us provide my component with a store. How? Provider. Okay. Provider. This provider will come from React Redux. This provider comes from React Redux. And this provider, I will have to wrap my component, restaurant menu component, inside this provider. Okay. And this provider basically takes a store also, right? It takes a store, and that store basically is app store, right? app store, right? And this app store comes from import my app store from // utils / app store. I think this should work. Cool. So we have got our store with us. I have clicked on this. Now my UI should have got these list items. Can we assert this? Let's try to assert now, right? I don't even know whether this expanded or not. Let's try to assert it. So let's try to assert this list items, right? This is items list lot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Basically there should be 5 items, right? How will I find out these 5 items? Let's push the test ID there, right? Test ID into the item list. Where is my item list? So we had a item list component. Here we used to render, right? Where we used to do that? Yes, items.map. So for each of these, I want my test ID to be, right? I'll give it a test ID, data hyphen test ID is equals to, and then let's give it items, food items, right? Let's give it the name food items. So data.test ID food items. Now I want my food items to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? There should be 5 food items. So I want to find out these food items. I will do something like screen.get by test ID, get all by test ID, basically get all by test ID. What is the test ID? I have my test ID as food items. Got it? So this is my test ID. Now I want to expect, right? I want to expect basically I want to expect my food items dot length, basically is this length, right? My food items dot length to be, I want my expect food items dot length to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My expect dot length dot to be equals to 5. And it passed, right? My test case passed. Let me just try to do it 4 and see if it fails. See this, it fails, right? It fails. It received 5 items. Got it? Basically it makes sure that we are opening the right component. See, the best thing is we do not know, right? We do not know whether it loaded properly or not, whether this is working properly or not. See, but in our code we have clicked the biryani and it has opened the it has expanded the accordion, right? Now we will try to click on this add button, right? Let's try to click on this add button, right? So how do we find this add button, right? So first of all, I'll have to find this add button, right? So now how I will find out this add button? So I will basically I will find my add btn, right? Add btn. This add button is basically screen dot get by role, right? Get by role, and I will write button and I will write the name as add plus, right? So now if I will see, right, if I will do a console log of add btn, it will first of all throw an error. Why will it throw an error? Because there are multiple buttons with add plus. There are so many buttons, right? There are 5 buttons and I am using get by. I should do get all by, right? So if I do get all by, it will pass, right? It passes. But what basically, let me call this as add buttons, add btns, right? And now I want to find out the length of it, right? If I will find out the length of it, add btns dot length, it will give me 5 buttons. See this, there are 5 buttons. Now I am concerned about the first button, right? Let me click on the first button, right? Egg biryani, right? So if I click on the first button, right? If I click on the first button, let me just click on this first button, right? Fire event dot click, right? And let me click on this first button. How will I click? Add btns of 0, right? Add btns dot 0. Now with this I have clicked on the first button. So what will happen if I click on this first button? My header should change, right? My header should change my 1 items. My header should have cart-1 items. How will I basically assert that? We don't have a header here, right? Basically, if I clicked on this add item button, my header should update. So I'll tell you, this is what a proper integration testing is. So many random components are just, right, connecting with each other. We are also using Redux store in between. How will I test my header? So just like we are adding this restaurant menu, right? Can I also render my header here, right? Can I also render my header component here? Yes, I can. I will render my header component, and I am also rendering my restaurant menu component. I am not rendering other components. I'm just rendering my header component. I am just rendering my restaurant menu components, right? So now my screen will have my header component, and my screen will also have my restaurant component. Got it? So this header component will come from header from /header. Got it? I am basically rendering both the components. Now if you'll see, it failed. Why did it fail? Let us see. So if I see why it failed, it says there is a link component, right? It also had a link component inside header, right? So let me give it a browser router. We know how to resolve this now, right? So browser router, which is coming from React DOM. Let me just give it browser router and it will be happy, right? Now it will not complain. Cool. So now basically we also have got header. Now in the screen, I will find out basically get by text, right? I will find out by text whether my cart items dot cart hyphen, is there a 1 items, right? If this text is there or not, I will find out this, right? So basically I'll do a expect screen dot get by text if my cart items dot to be in the document, right? So if I have to write to be in the document, I'll have to use my import my @testing library just DOM. Got it? And my app passed, right? My test case is passed. Got it? If I try to find out 0, right? It will, let's try to find out 0, right? My test case failed. See this. And it also shows you what was rendered onto the page, right? If you see this HTML, see this cart-1 items was rendered. Do you see this amazing thing? Cart-1 items was rendered. Isn't it amazing? Expect my screen.getText cart-0 items, and it failed. If I do this 0 items before clicking on add button, right? Let's do this. Let's expect my get by text 0 items before this, right? Let's expect this. So it passed, see this. But after clicking on this button, my cart item 0, it will fail. See this, it failed, right? Because after I triggered this fire event, now my cart item should be 1. If I click on 1, cool. So basically if I click on this button, it changes to cart items 1 and 2. Let us also add one more item and see whether it changes to cart items too, right? Now, if I do fire event one more, right? Let me just do one more fire event. One more fire event, and this time I am clicking on add buttons dot one, right? Now I want to expect my screen to have cart items too, isn't it? Cart items too. Got it? Amazing, isn't it? I want my cart items too, and it passed, right? So I am just making, you should always create a new test to test all this, right? So basically I am just writing everything inside one test. So I'm writing everything inside one test. Basically you should have a separate test to check two elements, to check whether it has updated on header or not, right? So whatever I am doing, right? See, this test case is becoming very messy, right? I am just doing this to show it to you. But when you will write test case, right, try to break your test down into smaller test cases. Okay, so that's your homework. I am writing it in one test case. You have to break it down into smaller test case. This thing should be done in 4 test cases, right? First of all, just check whether the cart items, the screen was rendered or not. Second time, click on one ad and add one item into the cart. Third time, add second item to the cart. Write another test case for it. Got it? So this is how you do it actually. I am doing this inside one item only, right? Now, what I also want to do is, I have my cart 2 items now. I have tested my header component. But there is one more effect which should happen. My cart component, this cart page should also have 2 items over here, right? I want to test whether my cart page has 2 items or not. How will I test that? Can you think about it? My cart page should have 2 items. So what I can do is, I can just add my cart component over here, right? I can also include my cart component over here also, right? If I add my cart component over here, let me get my cart component, cart, and I have rendered my cart component over here also. Now I want to see whether my cart component has 2 items or not. How will I see that? Right? Let me go to my cart component. So now, how will I assert whether there are 2 items in the cart or not? How will I assert this? So basically when you will render this cart items, right? So it will basically render this component, and it will go to item list, right? And this item list will be rendered. We were reusing this item list, right? And this is the same item list which is being rendered inside our restaurant menu, right? Which was being rendered over here in my restaurant menu page, right? If you click on this was being rendered, right? If I go to my cart items, the same is rendered over here, right? So this over here will also have the same. This over here will also have the same food items test ID, right? Listen to me very carefully. We have rendered 3 things: header, restaurant menu, and cart. So my restaurant menu already have 5 components over here, 5 food items. Now, when I clicked on this button add, when I clicked on this another button add, 2 items were added, right? And I am also rendering my cart component over here. So now, how many food items will be there? 5? 5 will be there? No. Let me just save it and show you. It will fail, right? It will fail, and let us see what it gives you. It shows you that there were 7 received. There were 7 food items that were received. Why 7? 5 are from the restaurant menu and 2 are the cart ones. 2 are from the cart ones. Got it? So that is why there are 7 food items which are present. Just to confirm you, right? Let me also click on this clear cart. If I click on this clear cart, cart should be empty, right? So let me do that also, right? Before ending this session, let me assert that to you also, right? Let me click on this clear cart. So I want to fire event, right? Dot click, right? I am just writing it in a shortcut way. Screen dot get by role, right? And the role is button, and the name of that button is clear cart, right? The name of that button is clear cart. Okay, the name of that button is clear cart. Got it? This is the name of that button. I want to click this button. So I want to click this button. Now I triggered this. As soon as I clear the cart, so basically there will 2 things happen. First of all, this food item should be decreased by 2, right? Now there only be 5 food items. There should only be 5 food items, right? So now my food item should be reduced from 7 to 5, right? Because my cart is gone now. So these 5 items are just from my restaurant menu, right? And it passed. And one more thing should happen. My cart is empty should be there in the document, right? I can do something like this. Expect my screen dot get by text, right? Get by text, and there should be a text, cart is empty on my screen, right? Let me save it. Cool, it passed. See this. So basically, when you are testing it using a string, then it should be an exact match. So this is what I wanted to show you. This is a very complicated, very advanced test case which we have written right now. What you have to do is break this test case down into smaller test case when you are writing, right? This is what I wanted to show you, my dear friends. That's all, right? I have tested a lot of things. And if I will show you the coverage, right? We have reached 95% coverage, right? We have achieved 95% coverage, right? In our test cases, there are few more scenarios that I can test. There are some uncovered lines which are still left, right? So, okay. So basically, there are some uncovered lines which are still left. Do you want to know that what we have not covered inside our test cases, right? I'll show you that also. You know what? This coverage file, last thing, right? This is the last thing before I end this episode. If you go to this coverage folder, you will find an index.html. In LCOV coverage report, you will find an index.html. Right click on this, open live server, right? If I open it with live server, right? I have installed a live server extension. So it will give me this, right? It will give me this coverage report. See this. This is a HTML file, and all this coverage data is exported to the HTML file, right? So either you can see it over here, but if you want more details, you can see this inside your index.html, okay? In this coverage, just open this file using live server, or open this file, right? Open this file. Once you open it inside Chrome, it will basically tell you exact places which is tested and which is not tested, right? So see, we see that header.js 50%. We have just covered 50%. What we have not covered inside header.js? Let me go back. We have not covered. So it is saying that I have not covered this offline status. I have not covered this login button. We have covered. If I click on login button, it should convert to logout. This we have covered. If I click on logout button, it should convert to login button, this we have not covered. That is why it is highlighting that this yellow, this is not covered, right? So basically it shows you what all has not covered line by line. This will help you improve the coverage. You can increase the coverage to 100% also, right? See this, in the utils, the cover is 100%. Over here in components, the cover is less. If I go to body.js, right, if you will see, we have not covered this online status. We have not covered set username, right? There is a username, right? So in the home page, we have this username, right? We using React context. So we have not covered this, right? Can you write test cases for that? Take this down as a homework. I want this to be 100. Can you make this 100? And where do you have to improve? You have to basically do something like this, right? You have not tested this username. You have not tested restaurant card promoted. Remember, this was the homework already. So basically, if you will write test cases for all these red and yellows, right? Red and yellows, you will be able to achieve 100% of test coverage also in your application. This is what I am going to tell you. This is what I am telling you basically, right? So try to achieve 100 because our app is not very huge, right? A good practice in React applications is that our coverage should be greater than 90% or basically greater than 80-85%, right? When you use test cases, write and cover your test cases by 80-85%. But over here right now we can achieve 100%. Try to, when you are testing, try to achieve 100%. This is your homework. You have to try to achieve 100% test coverage in your apps. This is the last thing which I wanted to talk about in this episode. This has been a huge episode, trust me. This is the longest episode I think I would have ever recorded. Longest video. Here is our readme file. This was the setting up testing library. Do this yourself. Hope you would have done that. We then did unit testing, right? What all did we do? We did unit testing. Oh my God, we changed 22 files today, right? Oh my God, 22 files. Lot of code we have pushed today, right? It's a great amount of code. I will just push the code to GitHub, right? So you can check the code on GitHub if you wish to. Okay, and you can just try it out yourself. If you will see test cases, we started with some, then we moved on to contact, then we moved on to writing test cases for header component, then we moved on to write test cases for restaurant card, then we searched, then we did for search page, then we did for cart. And we have covered complicated scenarios, we have covered integration testing, we have done unit testing, and I have covered a lot of important things. If you have this much knowledge, nobody can defeat you in your interviews. You will be very good at writing test cases when you are working with React apps in your companies, right? When you are in interviews, you can write test cases, right? And this is the knowledge which you are required enough, right? And now it is up to you how you want to use this knowledge. This is all I want to teach you in this episode. Thank you so much for watching. My throat is paining. I want to end this right now. And thank you so much for watching this video. And thanks for watching once again. See you in the next episode. In the next episode, we will be starting to build our project, right? This was the end to our food ordering app. This was the end to our Namaste Food, or whatever you may want to call it as, right? I called it as Namaste Food, right? This was end to our Namaste Food project. And this was it. Thank you so much for watching, man. Thank you so much once again. See you in the next episode. Bye-bye. Take care.